Well, that got spicy and chat quick. Ah. Cheers. Happy Sunday. Holy shit. Ah, dear me. Lee, don't drink and chat too late. Already doing it. Thank you, my dude, for those 45 months. And also Jump for the 37. It's getting some weird, crazy high numbers on resubs now. You know, we've got just a stupid amount of years, multiple years of subscriptions. It's crazy. Crazy for me. I think Diesel's on 55 months. Scobs is on 53. I know Sneeze is on 52. It's mental. Absolutely mental. And then Rin with the 20 months. Holy shit. Cheers, but 20 months. 20 months. Fucking hell. It's crazy to me. Even now, just, the high numbers. But yeah, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. You just lurk. That's fair. We're going to call you out now. Now you've said you're going to lurk, I'm just going to keep watching the user chat. I mean, you're not wrong, Lucius. Anyway. Oh, why did I pick lager to drink tonight? I really don't feel it. Hello.
Hello.
How are we?
Pretty good.
Good.
Not too bad.
I'm wondering, can Jump, allow herself to be that sassy to me when she's not here?
Vanya's currently having a short rest.
Yeah. I mean, oh well. We choose our own poisons, I
We
guess.
do. Yeah, talking about own poisons, I'm not feeling the lager tonight. So, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Cypher, would you be so kind as to give us a quick recap on last week's episode while I go and get myself a proper drink?
Is that how it is? Fucking, yeah. Fill the air while I go get a beverage.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so...
Yeah, cheers, mate. Cheers. I'll be back shortly, everyone.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Quick, let's burn more of the city while he's gone.
Oh God, please don't. Too much fire for one. For 2 episodes. So last episode, it was the aftermath of starting both a fire and a riot. Well done, guys. Well done. That's a new one for us.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah. Good hustle. And the hustle never stopped because, we were making lots of fake evidence. I mean, not entirely fake evidence. Like, the evidence itself was real. Just who it was attached to was fake. Don't worry about it. It's not our problem. Well, no, it's not
an asshole.
Yeah, fuck that guy. So yeah, we reconvened back at the Folly. Grabbed some stuff. Desmond grabbed the flamer, wrapped it in a wet towel, just so, combustibles in the world of fire. Smart. And both Garrett and Teresa finished all of the good, all of the notes and all of the planning and the stuff to drop off. And then off into the city we went, using the chaos as cover, as well as smoke. Yeah, the smoke probably did really well to cover us too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we scooched in, made ourselves a little, hidey hole, fake hidey hole.
Yeah.
And then we dressed it, you got to set the stage, right? And there ain't nothing better than using, props that are already around. So charred corpse, as you do.
Realism. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Adds to the flavor.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely one way of putting it.
Reset the stage, hit it. Well, half hit it, half left it. So it was, if somebody was looking for shit, they'd find shit. And since it was the epicenter of the fire, some people are going to start looking.
Of course they
And
are.
look, they did. But we'll get to that in a second. After we planted the stuff, we were like, huh, better fuck off and help Market Row. So off we did. Organised the stuff. The missing link Vanya is not here, but she helped really well with her rousing speech, and with the help from Dwen, a magic bottle, a quick prop set up by Garrett, and an illusion magic. We made the never-ending fountain of water. Huzzah! Speed up the
Huzzah.
process. And I think we did really well at putting fires out, and we were fighting it right up until, two titans just rolled through the fucking street, brawling. That happened. As you do, you know, fucking the Vargolf and the Astartes just cross your path as just fighting fires. Summon a fire elemental and then fuck off, and it's just like, well,
This is your problem now.
it's no problem now. So we not only had to fight a fire elemental, we also had to do it discreetly enough that the big man in armor, because he was winning, because the big vampire dude was running for his goddamn life and using civilians as fucking stacks as he went along just to fucking recharge because he was in shit state.
Go on, Scott. I know you want to say something there. Yeah.
I was just going to say that the vampire is snatching people up like juice boxes and just downing them. And then at the end of it, the Inquisitor starts picking them up and launching them like human lawn darts, just shattering them against him as he's running away.
Blatant disregard for human life.
Yep.
Never throw away.
It's the future.
Vampire's taste. In fact, Rez is the one to say that. She's tasted it.
I have, and it's delicious.
So yeah, we managed to defeat the fire elemental, get the fuck out of Dodge, while those two fucking God knows how much damage they made. But I do believe we got back home. No, we were fighting. We spent the rest of the night fighting fires while old Inquisitor fucking dragged the governor to was it the Carnelian Gate?
Yeah.
And then staked him with a fucking heart.
And
Yes, we are. So yeah, and that's where we left it, with us fighting fires and
Aye.
licking wounds.
So, unless there's anything anyone wishes to add to that, we'll get stuck in, shall we?
yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it.
So, if you all remember, there was a little bit of homework.
There was.
Yeah. We will pick it up the next morning, first, in the Baron's Folly. It's here where you all find yourselves gathered round mid-morning, covered in soot, ash, looking incredibly tired, to the point where you had to physically grab Vanya from the courtyard out the front of the Folly by her wrists, drag her in to the folly, upstairs, and launch her somehow haphazardly into her room. Whether or not she actually made it to her bed, no one really knows, nor in the current state that you're all in, you don't really care.
Makes sense.
And it'd be at this moment where you all have a quick glance around at each other and see the various states you're all in. I'll hand the room over to you. And regaling each other of what happened last night.
Well, Cypher, because ash and water makes a lovely slurry, so he's just caked with this layer of grey, damp, like, mud all over him, because he was doing his best impression of Fireman Sam all fucking night. Because never had a bottle of water. So yeah, that's what Cypher did most of the day. He was just going from place to place. Either if there's nobody around, he'd use the bottle directly to quickly douse a fire, or if there was people and he wanted to be a bit more discreet, he'd use his fake fountain to distribute water for buckets.
All right. Was there any incidents or anything else of interest that happened during this? Like little scenes of either.
He might have accidentally knocked over a building while using the bottle on geyser mode.
Okay.
The building might have been unstable from being burned out, and he just knocked it clean over, and he was like, "That wasn't my fault."
Roll me a d6.
Well, D6.
Yeah. So as Cypher's regaling you all of this tale, somehow one of you in your events on the way, or at least on the return to the Baron's Folly, you came across a scene that had two. Bear with me, DM's incoming. Okay, yeah. So basically, I want someone to try and work in a little bit of a scene of this fallen building with two splayed corpses that have been crushed by the rubble. Has anyone got any questions for Cypher on what happened?
Just chuckling away at myself, don't I?
It's all good.
Yeah, sorry. Cypher, what I don't understand is how you managed to turn the building completely upside down.
Well, it was a crappy building, wasn't it? And it was on fire, so obviously they were probably dead already. Like that wasn't my fault. No, they died of asphyxiation. You can't prove that was me.
Probably not. I mean, this building was on fire, like you said.
Exactly.
Floor's yours, folks. This is all on you.
What about the rest of you guys? What do you guys do?
Well, and Rez is just kind of sitting there. She's got like the scorched bed sheet just flung over her shoulder. Just hair is bedraggled. Like she's got like soot and like water streaks through the soot on her face, and just like some scratches across her cheek that look like they could have been made by fingernails. And she's just kind of like, she sounds drunk because she's just that tired.
What's with the scratches?
You know, the sheet of, I was going around, banging the sheet on the little fires and then doing the
Mhm.
prestidigitation. I was using the sheet to cover the prestidigitation. I thought that was really smart. So I pulled it off of, the clothesline outside the whorehouse, and this.
Outside the
Apparently.
whorehouse.
What?
Outside the whorehouse.
Yeah, I mean, they clean their sheets a lot, surprisingly, so they had them on the clothesline, so I pulled one off, and then fucking madam started screeching at me and just chasing me down, and I was trying to beat her off without hurting her, and it just face, and then I had to knock her out. And I was...
So there's a madam somewhere in the city unconscious.
Very angry at Reza.
Note to self, that's getting written down.
You're welcome.
Can't believe you were beating off a madam in the street.
I mean, it's good to know I've got employment opportunities, right? Yeah, I'm tired.
What about Desmond? What have you been up to, Des? You look... Mr.
Desmond is also covered in soot and has clearly seen better days. Just dirt, grime, ash. Well, I had the pleasure to meet a trader of sorts, but the circumstances were strange. You see, there was a lady, a man, and their child. However, their child was very large and very simple, and they had lashed their cart to him to move, much as you would think like a horse or something. And the man was very, very slim, and the lady was, well, not. And apparently what happened is they saw the scene that we did earlier, and the son ended up running down an alleyway, the cart catching a flame from the nearby buildings, and it ended up tipping over, capsizing, whatever the word would be for that, just upending. And he was lashed in. The man couldn't move the cart, and the woman was there just screaming at everything for the situation while they were flailing. So I managed, after some time, to get the cart righted after freeing the young simpleton, and it was an ordeal. It was an ordeal.
Roll me a quick twist of fate. It was an ordeal. I'm sure we'll find out a little bit more about that later on. Unless you've got a little bit more to add to that, Desmond, because I've had a great idea.
Well, they said their name was the father was insisting they were the Bezeltons, and they were very well-to-do merchants, although they looked like paupers. They had everything from what looked to be like stray animals in cages, pots, pans, and other knickknacks in their cart that had some of which had been spilled out on the road. And the woman was very insistent that there was... I think that she had seen the creature jumping around, and she was frantic. And like I said, the man couldn't right the cart and everything, but because he hardly weighed anything, he couldn't do anything. And after righting them, they had been very insistent they would pay a reward, but I wanted nothing from them that they had. And I got out of there as soon as I could, because the woman would not stop complaining about everything. Not so much at me as just at her husband, and he looked very worn thin and down and thin again. That's
Allow
all.
me to self-insert a reward. I love it.
Marvelous.
Self-insertion. Wow, this episode's getting off to a real good start.
First, Russ is beating people off the streets, and then people are self-inserting.
Oh, it's going to be one of those sessions.
Jump's not here. It has to be dialed up for
It-
everyone else, I guess.
Yeah, we got to
Absolutely.
make her regret everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm actually going to bless her with a short rest as well. Since she passed out, but she better have a good reason for passing out. So with the table falling quiet, I believe everyone's gaze would then fall on Garrett.
Well, Garrett's sat there, his feet up on the table, having a stretch. It's absolutely pristine, apart from a little smudge of soot just under his eye. And for the past few hours, Garrett has been walking up and down Market Road, just shouting at people, controlling where they're going, organising bucket chains. Basically, what I've been doing is making sure all the businesses that pay us are untouched by fire.
All right.
And
Fair.
everyone else can, yeah, you can guess what happened to everyone else.
Yeah.
Because we've got an investment here and we're looking after it. But to all eyes, I've been the saviour of Market Road. Making sure all the fires are getting put out and everything. But for completely nefarious reasons.
All right. All right. Roll me a twist of fate as well, please, Garrett. So, I mean, it's the main businesses, you know, that you frequent are absolutely untouched to the point where I'm gonna say it. The pious pauper stands resolute, almost on its own, as there are two large piles of burnt rubble either side of it.
I'm okay with this plan.
Granted, you know, from the casual onlooker, it would seem that, you know, people tried to save the small clinic over the nearby businesses. But that's as far as the fires went up to. As it got towards the pious pauper up on that side of the street, that's where, you know, everyone's efforts kicked in and realised, yeah, we should get this under control. If you could give me a few moments, because I am currently working on something after those, I would truly appreciate it.
All good.
I'm gonna grab my bougie coffee.
I meant RP amongst yourselves, you fucks. But I guess that's it. Coffee's turned up. I'm not giving a shit.
I think that I think we can safely say that the governor of Lower Streets will not be bothering us anymore, and hopefully the Inquisitor will be gone.
Hopefully. Although, did the governor ever bother us?
Well, he was. I think he was something of a thorn in our side just by his existence.
That's fair. Yeah.
So now we need to try to make Thomas his replacement.
I
Man,
don't,
we can but try.
I don't think that's anything we can actually
Influence?
influence. But
Perhaps. Yes.
as there's an opening and he's an experienced hand at that job, I can't see the court wanting to put too much effort into it.
Yeah.
Well, you should tell him that the time is now then, I believe. If he's the
Yes.
first to the
Oh
doors.
shit. Where is he?
Hmm.
No, where did you leave him?
I think he lived down by the water. That increases his odds of survival. If down by the river, if I recall.
I mean, we could try his usual spot, but that can wait.
At the
till morning.
crossroads of Lower Streets, by chance.
Yeah.
Where his cardboard castle or his small wooden castle is.
Ah, yes,
Thomas-
it is small flammable castles.
Yeah, if you remember, granted, quite a while ago, Thomas had set up his castle as he was the king of said castle, just at the junction between Market Row and Lower Streets, so relatively close to the Folly.
Yeah, so he should be alright, because I don't think fire got down that far, right?
What? Who? Huh? What? Reza
Almost.
had. Oh, right, okay. And
Did
she
you
lowers
fall
her head
asleep?
back. No! No! No. Yes?
And why have you got a pillow mark on your face?
What? It's from the sheet. This.
What, did the
I'm
mistress
awake.
beat you off with a pillow in return?
She just kind of like stares at Desmond with like one eye closed and the other eye like squinting, like. I don't like you right now.
It's not very nice. But I guess we got one more thing to check in the morning, yeah?
Well, you know,
Like in a few hours when the sun comes up.
Oh,
Actually,
wait.
what time is it?
seeing you like this, I can kind of picture you turning into that bad thing.
I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment or not.
Yes.
And she kind of like reaches an arm out, trying to reach Desmond to pat his shoulder, but with like no sense of depth perception about where he actually is.
I could see the shitty grin in my head when he said yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Bleak, thank you. We do try, and Nizandrowski, appreciate it. We put a lot of work into it. But with that, you all begin to finish off whatever drinks you've procured behind the bar. At this point, obviously the Folly's still empty. It's been closed. Francis is nowhere to be seen. You get the impression he's probably getting some rest. He's not had much chance or much need to cook recently, which gives you all a chance to also get some rest. So, are you all wanting a short rest? Or have you got other things you want to do?
Maybe not yet, so we go check on Asmund sooner rather than later? I know.
Entirely up to you.
Yeah, shall we assess the damage for since it's already morning?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm tickety boo, so.
Reza just starts whining. Garrett, I'm hungry.
Well, we should probably
Me
go out and
too.
take care of things before the cinders settle.
Yes. Best you deal with that sooner rather than later.
Oh, do we get a little side story of Reza's lunchtime habits?
Hungry vampire, yo. It's been a while since she's had
It
a
has.
snacky poo.
I was actually thinking on that. I'm like, must be getting pretty close.
Well, I guess we can hide a desiccated corpse the same as a fiery charred corpse, right? They're pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
And we can always blame it on the governor.
We can! Yes! Let's make it an outing! It's a family outing!
Reza just starts to, like, stumblingly get up from her chair and leaves the sheet on the table where she had been using it as a pillow.
Well then, suppose we should swing by and see if Thomas's castle is standing, and then head to the. I'm drawing a blank on the name. Full table or
Thanked table.
the thanks table.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
There'll
Before
be
we
plenty of
leave,
portraits
where's
along the
Falco?
way.
Falco. I would probably say that Falco has been out at the sign of the fires. Him and a few of the other guards would have also gone out to do what they can. So at this point, as you're beginning to get the last few bits and pieces ready to go and check on Asmund or again feed Reza, a rather soot-covered and exhausted Falco unlocks the front door, steps in, sees you all and exhales. Oh! Whoa, bear with me. I've got my microphone thing turned on. Alright, there we go. That's better. Oh, bloody hell. How, you all look like shit.
Have you looked in the mirror?
No, the place has been burning down. So, no. I guess I look the
What
same,
do
though,
you
eh?
I mean, you're not dead, so yeah, you look like shit.
He rolled
Any
his
news,
eyes.
Falco?
News? Well, other lads will be back here in a minute. They were just clearing a few bits from, Dwayne's shop. After I saw you, I sent them down there just to clear a bit of the rubble out. But apart from that, no, nothing new. Valentina, actually, where is it? And Falco begins to rummage around into his pockets and takes out a small rolled piece of parchment and offers it out. Valentina didn't see you, so she gave this to me to give to you.
I take it and unfold it.
The note reads, Hey, found him. Maybe need a little longer. Bring him soon. Love, V.
Sorry, the hey broke me.
So, she, anything of use?
Do you not read it?
No, it's not for my eyes, is it? Look, that is way too much and too far of my pay. You lot don't pay me enough to dabble with whatever that is. She's dangerous. I can
She's
tell.
lovely, ain't she?
No. Reza's. Oh, Falco waves to Reza. That's Reza. You are a hungry, aye, but you don't look at me like I'm just a random piece of meat on a butcher's block.
Wait, you're not. You're a person.
Aye. And that's why I try and steer clear of that Valentina. She wears me out.
What? Reza looks suddenly slightly more alert than she was before. We're going to discuss that statement after I eat something.
Oh, sure. Hello.
Choose your next words very carefully.
I'm gonna go and see where the rest of the lads are. Yeah.
Oh, before you go, Falco,
Aye,
we need to find Desmond. Sure, he has a bolt hole because he knows the Inquisitor was coming for him. Where is he?
Fucking hell. I mean, honestly, at this point, he's still glancing over your shoulder, Garrett, towards Reza to make sure she's not about to bounce on him. I'm going to be honest. Ever since he moved to the thank table, I'm not sure. I've not had much word. Again, I've only seen him as much as, in fact, I dare say you've seen him more than I have since, you took over. And most of his old safe houses were, well, here in Market Row and lower streets, so honestly, I'm not sure.
We'll just see what we can find at the thank table, if anything.
He does like his comforts, though.
I mean, if the Inquisitor was on his arse, then I can pretty much guarantee that any sort of coin or extravagant items or anything like that, he's probably cratered up and fucked off long before His Majesty decided to kick his front doors down.
There's a very comfortable apartments underneath the thank table.
Aye? Hey, Arius.
Yes, we must find him. He does owe us something for last night's work. But I'm keeping you, Falco. Find the men. Make sure they get a drink, and we must open again on tomorrow.
Oh, are we opening already? Thank fuck for that. Some form of normality. All right, I'll go and get the rest of the lads and Have you seen anything of Krieger by chance? Because I have not seen him for a few days.
Yes.
Feel like we'll be seeing him soon.
Oh, that bloody time. I'll tell you something, I'm going to split his bastard lip when I see him for shirking his fucking responsibilities. I bet he's pissed out, drunk somewhere. Hey.
He will not be returning to work.
Don't you remember we found his resignation letter in his room?
Was Falco there for that?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
You're right, he was.
Are you a skinwalker, not Falco?
No. It's been a fucking heavy night, and I was just hoping that I'd have a little extra hand. I forgot that bastard signed up and fucked off.
I'm sure you were very distracted while we were in his bedroom together.
Hi. Somewhat flushed, Falco just bows his head to the group and steps outside to go and find Errol, George, and a few of the others. leaving you all alone to plan your next course of action.
Okay, so
We go in order?
yes. How I see it, we have 3 main jobs.
Mhm.
Rez's breakfast.
Mhm.
The whereabouts of Thomas.
Mhm.
And Asmund.
Mhm.
Any thoughts?
I would really like to do my breakfast first, if it's all possible.
That's why I brought it up there.
Thank
Okay.
you, Garrett.
Well, that first then, I guess. There's bound to be some people wandering back home after fighting fires all day.
Just make sure it's no one we know. Or that is paying us.
Okay. Come on, Desmond. Let's go pick a snack for Reza.
All right then. Just. All right, let's get back out there. Then we will stalk the streets.
It's a fucking breakfast buffet out there, guys. Just
Yeah.
fill up the plate.
So then, with that, you depart the Folly. Whereabouts are you looking to do this? In the back streets of, or the back alleys of lower streets?
Round the fire damaged areas, somewhere we
Yeah.
can basically push a desiccated body under a smouldering pile. For want of a better word.
Fair. All right.
Desmond's personal preference is going to be looking for someone who looks like they didn't do shit. But maybe they're like, if there's anybody talking about helping that clearly didn't, because they don't look like we do, that's who he's going to be looking for.
Okay. As you begin to make your way into the alleys of lower streets, close to where the last embers, in fact, parts of lower streets would still be on fire. It's not something that could easily come under control unless mages were brought into it. Which, again, Novostoyan nobility care very little for the slums outside the city walls, so it's purely down to the hard work and effort of everyone to keep these fires under control. As you all begin to stalk through the back alleys, you do come across somewhat of a rather pale-looking chap who's, whilst his clothing is, again, covered in soot and dirt, it seems a little bit more upmarket. A little as if he's not from the area. And whilst he's sat on a small nearby wheelbarrow, several people rush by him, scoop barrels of water from a large puddle in the ground. And he just looks down. Oh, yes. Well, once that water's there's done, then perhaps... don't worry. I am a magician. I will make some more water in this puddle for you. See? It'll be perfect. Yeah, and he quickly glances around, see that no one's really looking. And the man just extends a hand, and water begins to fall from his hand into this sludgy puddle on the ground. See? Now, carry on. Carry on. Those fires won't put themselves out.
Was he using magic there? Like, Did he cast a spell?
Roll me an Arcana check. 16. You don't feel any magical emanations whatsoever.
Did he just spill out a cup of water into a puddle?
Roll me a perception check. Just gonna go for, let's say, this DC 15. Never mind. Whilst he holds his hand out and water does flow, you notice that it's not a cup. He does seem to have his hand outstretched. The only thing that you do notice is that from his sleeve there is a small, almost like a small tube that goes. Not so
He's
much,
just a shitty magician.
he is sat on this wagon, this hand cart that has a barrel that he's sat on. You notice that when the water stops flowing, he seems to just put his thumb over the edge of this pipe in his sleeve.
Cheeky little bastard.
Look at him. He's pretty. He's
I'm
pompous,
sorry,
he's useless.
unless you all can perhaps give me a bite to eat, or maybe a few copper coins, maybe a silver for a drink. I'm not sure how long my magic will last. And just hear this, "Oh no! Quick, someone grab him a bit of bite to eat so we can get more water, because this puddle's starting to dry out and the fires, the fires are burning."
Okay.
A couple of peasants in the background continue mulling over, grabbing water, this muddy water, and throwing it over some of the local fires, leaving you all to plan your next course of action.
You there? And Desmond's going to start waving to him.
Ah, yes, hello there, little boy. Great.
Oh, yes, I think
before
she
you
has
even-
something for you.
Before you even say anything, he scoops a bucket up from the cart he's on and thrusts it in your direction, Desmond. There you go, be a good lad.
Desmond takes the bucket in one hand, and then he's going to say, she might have something for you. And pointing, basically just swinging his finger over towards Reza.
And Reza's just like, does this coy smile and waves.
Oh, is that so? Well, sadly, I must remain here just a little longer, yes, to fill this puddle that you see for the burning buildings.
As I can refill a puddle. And Cypher, just puts his bottle in, pops a cap, and just starts filling up the puddle.
That's a room went that wrong hole there. Maybe that was coughing. With eyes wide, he looks towards the bottle that you're holding, Cypher. What is that? Say, excuse me, young. Sorry, miss. I'll be with you in but a moment. You, young lad. Yes. 10 silver coins for that little bottle there of yours.
No, I can't part with this one. Well, I'm sure, Reza, you got one, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
And you are all aware of what exactly that... You say you've got one, my dear, yes?
I got exactly what you need.
Well then, since this young man has this under control, he begins to shift his weight slightly, and you'll see him start trying to pull this pipe down his shirt out of his pocket as he lays it into the back of the wagon, jumps off the barrel down into the ground, and begins to saunter over towards Reza. Well, pleasure. Xavier is my name. And you, my dear?
Teresa, come, let's talk about this transaction. She kind of loops her arm through his and drags him off the main alleyway into a more secluded area.
Reza, do you wish to say what happens, or is this a case of, and he was never seen again?
I mean, I can give it a little bit more narrative spice.
Crack on.
It's dark. So she leads Xavier
Uh-huh.
into the alleyway, and she says, Xavier,
Yes, my dear.
that trick with your sleeve, quite brilliant. Where did you learn it?
Oh, God, it doesn't take a genius. I mean, not that I'm not a genius, because I am, of course, but, you know, you've just got to use whatever you can at your disposal to get some of the coin from...
And while he's talking about himself, she just kind of slips behind him, slaps a hand over his mouth, and just digs in.
Oh, you monster. With a quick flicker of his eyes and a muffled scream into your hand, slowly over the course of a few moments, you feed upon his life force, draining the blood all the way.
Oh yeah, she is next to starving right now. That's why she sounds like she's drunk.
In that case, I will allow you a single fury point until your next rest.
Thank you. Too kind.
Whilst Reza's currently down a back alley, getting busy, what are the rest of you doing? Just as a brief time filler.
We are the distraction, making water.
Yeah, you've got quite a crowd gathered around you. Just stood there with this bottle of endless water.
Garrett stood up on the cart, directing people. Come on, one at a time. Fill up the buckets. Let's get these buildings damped down. We can't have the fire spreading.
Anybody that stays too long gets confounded.
So you
Hold on,
yeah.
is that a confound?
Is that ever? You know, well, that's rather a nice little bottle. Where's all that water coming from?
Confound.
It's come from the barrel on the cart.
Oh yeah, fucking hell yeah, it is. Desmond, what about you? Is there anything in particular you're doing at this moment?
Desmond is, when the people are coming back, he's just going to point out, oh look, this barrel that was just sitting here has water in it, and you can wheel it where you need to go.
It's because it's a fucking water barrel, you stupid child. Oh, God. Get out of the way. One of the guys tries to push you out of the way to get to the bottle to fill his barrel up. Or his bucket, sorry. Where else does bloody water come from? Fucking water barrel, honestly.
You want to fill from a puddle instead of from the barrel that you could move closer to the fire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll do that then.
Yes, you do that.
Yeah,
Good
well,
job.
I'm glad.
You're
Thank you. I am thinking. I'm glad I thought about it. Yeah. Yeah, you're not so bad after all, are you, little fucking shite scamp? Fucking ruffles your hair.
As when Reza has finished her meal, she strips the corpse of its clothing and belongings and like bundles them up and stuffs them in her pack, and then she uses prestidigitation to scorch the body so it looks like it was in a fire.
Okay.
And then she just kind of walks out of the alley, just like stretching, like, what a beautiful day.
I would imagine at this point, colours return to your cheeks a little more, and
Mm-hmm. Like her eyes are clear, and she still looks like filthy, but she is on point now.
All tits
Garrett,
and teeth at this point.
what's that?
Said all tits and teeth at this point, are you?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, ready to go. I found. Suddenly, there's a body back there. Perhaps somebody didn't make it. Xavier ran off, little shot bag that he is. You know, seeing a dead body, too much for the little price. Should we just leave it there, or just give it? What should we do?
How does it look?
It looks like somebody died in a fire, Garrett.
In that case, poor Xavier died in a fire. He must have been overcome by smoke, and then the flames got to him.
Oh yeah, shame that.
I'm sure
Shame.
somewhere there'll be someone that misses him, but not many people. Shyback.
Odds are slim.
He served
Couldn't have happened to
greater
a nicer
purpose.
person.
Yeah. I was just saying he served a greater purpose.
Though he was useful for once. We should probably go find Thomas.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Let's go find Thomas.
So we will set about our course towards the wooden castle. The
Yes.
fort asshole that Thomas resides in.
Granted, it's not too far from your current position as you make your way back from the alleys and the narrows back onto the main stretch, the main street. You begin to head towards Market Row, and there, on one of the nearby crossroads, sat at his wooden fort, is old man Thomas.
Good day.
Ah, what are you little scamp, huh? He glances over the group. It's only you.
I'm glad to see you made it through, Thomas.
Made it through. I mean, I've hardly moved. The fires, well, let's just say that if they stretched past Market Row, then there would be, worse things to worry about.
Yes.
Coin heading...
Your tinderbox still stands.
Yes, and I would very much appreciate that this little tinderbox remains to be stood. But, two things. One, should Market Row burn down, then what little money is available that gets siphoned up into the coin flow, well, that would dry up and there would be questions. Along with inquisitors perhaps poking around, and funnily enough, well, a little bird and words on the street brought quite the tale to my attention.
Oh. What was that? And like Reza has kind of like taken up a position, like kind of just squatting next to him.
Well, you see, there are little words and things that have been spoken of a governor perhaps being a creature of the night, quite a powerful one, and a creature of the night being chased out of the governor's office by one such man of iron.
It's quite the tale.
It is.
Jeez.
And sadly, not all just a tale, but actual fact, for there, swinging above the Carnelian Gate at the moment, is a... well... that thing is not truly dead yet, but there swings a creature from the top of the Carnelian Gate with a 2-foot silver spike protruding from its chest. The words, traitor, hang loosely from its feet.
You know, Thomas. And as Reza starts talking, she pulls all of Xavier's belongings and fine clothes and coin pouch out of her satchel. I bet that if you had been left in charge, none of this would have happened. And she folds the clothes neatly in a pile next to him and then just pats them. I thought perhaps you might need a little wardrobe refresh.
I see. So, you telling me that... The old man leans forwards. The glint in his eye showing him to be a little sharper than what most would expect. So what you're telling me then is that you have something to do with this good fortuitous twist of fate of mine?
I am telling you no such thing. I am merely providing for a friend. In this opportunistic time of need.
Very well. It seems that you and yours have come through on your end of the bargain after all. Besides, where's Vanya?
Poor
It's a bit-
girl, quite overcome. We were up all night fighting the fire, you know.
Shame.
Sorry, stop.
Right. Yeah, go on, little boy. What? Desmond, was that right? Yes?
Oh, yes. Well, as it turns out that, fittingly with the fires, the iron is quite hot, and now someone must strike to shape it. Everything has been set so that you can do what you must do.
I'm sure you know the right people to talk to now with this job opportunity up in the air.
Do you have a piece of parchment, a charcoal pencil, or something I could write with?
Parchment, ink, and quill comes out of. He goes, I'm sure this will do.
Thank you. Takes the piece of parchment, the quill, and begins to write a note. He's there for a good few minutes, and for those who were interested or glancing over, he seems to be writing a note of recommendation, as from a one of the nobles. As he finishes the note, he nods. Yeah, that should be enough now. Just as on the off chance, would any of you have a signet or the trade pass emblem or something of its ilk?
I'm sure I can.
Or anything from official trade documents or signature of anything?
Desmond should have his, right?
Desmond would be carrying in his jacket pocket with the interdimensional space. He would have his papers. So he'll reach in and get the coin flow permit pass and produce it.
Ah,
Oh.
good.
Would this do?
Yeah, that'll be more than sufficient. I just need to, how did I do this again? He begins to hold the trade flow pass up and start copying a few of the identifying markers down onto his own paper. I hope that'll do.
Make the swirl at the bottom just a little larger, and you'll be,
Huh?
and it'll look fine.
Like this. He does as told.
Yes, yes, a little flourish on the end, and you'll be away.
Okay. Go on, roll me a forgery here. Your thieves' tools. Or forgery kit. Sorry, forgery kit roll. 8. That's all good. That's all he needed. It's added onto his, which, let's have a quick...
Solution finally got that crit.
For a total of 31.
Cool. So with Garrett's help, Thomas easily just finishes off this forged document to try and regain his position back as district governor of Lower Streets. And with fresh set of clothing in hand, Smith, don't. Just don't. Just don't talk to me about my dice. Well, in that case, wish me luck. I will do what I can and send Vanya to come see me. Well, that's if I get this position. I may require a few days, a week, even, to get a few things in order, and he holds the parchment up in his hand, and a little bit of legwork to make sure this is as legitimate as possible.
I'm sure when you're in your new position, we will be able to do business in the future.
Yes, well, if it comes to pass, I assure you I will not forget the aid that was rendered.
Only thing you could use that I haven't seen so far is perhaps a razor. Be a little bit more presentable.
Are you capable? I'm going to slice my throat.
I've never had to shave. You probably don't want me to do it.
Yeah. Let us just say that despite my appearance, I have quite the little nest egg. Fear not, I'll do what I can.
Well, that's all you can do. And we'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure.
The old man bows his head towards you, Desmond, in response, and rather than the usual crippled and aged, haggard appearance that you've seen him before, he seems to stand up now with a sense of renewed vigor. He dusts off his old robe and gathers what few belongings in his satchel and turns to you all. I will see you in a week or two then, yes?
Don't forget those fancy new dubs.
Takes the pile of clothes, puts them in the satchel and grins. Well, wish me luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
The best of fortune to you.
Godspeed.
And with that, the Beggar King, or the self-titled Beggar King of Lower Streets, has set out to hopefully reclaim his rightful place, or original place, before being ousted. That's been a long...
Slow
Yeah.
burn, shall we
That's
say?
been a long old slow burn. Holy shit.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a guy wearing fancy clothes to eat.
Yeah, you're welcome. God damn it.
Yeah, and also thank you for, having an NPC that isn't just an expendable. It's not a James. It's not a James. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wow.
Well, of course not. His name's Thomas.
Poor
Oh.
James. So yeah, with that, we shall see in due course whether or not Thomas Verbecht is indeed, the ex-governor of Lower Streets, or what he knows, who he knows, and good times. Shall we call a quick refill the clock?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Boom. All right then. With that, we will be right back for a refill and a pee break. Once again, Nizandrowski, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't get a chance to call that out earlier. Steel, cheers for those 55 months of tier 3 subs. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Alright, I'm going to go and top up the old drink. I too will be right back. I'm back.
Welcome,
So-
mate.
Thank you. And welcome back. Oh,
I'm back.
hello.
Welcome back.
So, Sad Panda, that's the last of the grog. Got a small measure in the bottom. I have a fresh bottle, but I'm saving that for next week. So, As a backup, it's going to have to be the old Kraken and Coke.
The old moderation.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't drink Kraken anymore. Not after the Pirates grog. All right. This is pretty much how we do things around here. You know, it's by the end of the stream, I'm usually well on my way.
Plins
By the end of the stream, we're all
dragons.
Yeah,
Go have a little buzz on.
absolutely. In all fairness, though, I will say I think I've only ever got absolutely smashed twice on stream. Normally, I'm pretty good.
I mean, we did get 2 levels up out of it, so it was good time.
Yeah. That's where I learned my lesson, not to get too drunk, because I give you guys too many levels. It's like, yeah, be fine. Yeah, give me a level. All right. Reza. Still AFK. So. Where to next, crew?
Well, north to the old Thank table.
Well, since we're going through Market Row, should we check on everybody, the locals, the usual suspects, make sure everybody's all right on the way through? Grab a bite to eat, because I know Rez has had something to eat, but the rest of us sure as fuck haven't.
Perhaps we should all pick someone to visit so we can quickly just make sure everyone's checked up on and then go pay our... depends on what the state of Asmund, but I was going to say pay our respects.
I think that's not a bad idea.
I'm going to Sida's kitchen.
Of course.
All right. So the cider. Yep. Anyone
I
else
will
going anywhere?
go to the Pious Pauper.
All right.
Desmond is going to go to Gwen's.
Yep. All right. So then, taking a slightly different route to Thomas, rather than heading towards the government, the district offices, you take a right into Market Row. Granted, it's still busy. There's still the hustle and bustle. There are a few peddlers still trying to sell whatever, they have nothing else to do. If they don't sell something, they make no money, therefore they can't feed themselves. So there are still several vendors and peddlers trying to hawk their wares out, but the vast majority of the traffic is still people moving north, south, up and down the street, carrying buckets, carting wagons of water barrels, and so on and so forth. First up, that will do Cypher. Why not? Cypher, as you quickly divert from the group, heading towards Cider's kitchen, you check the door, which opens easily. And as you quickly poke your head in, you see the somewhat wizened elf serving up several bowls of soup and slop to some of the hungry villagers who have been fighting the fires. As she sees you poke your head in, she offers a warm smile. Well now, look who we have here. It says, been a while. Come, sit. The rest of you...
They're checking on the other stores and stuff. I just came in to make sure you're all right and maybe grab a quick bite to eat.
You want something to go? All right, well...
If you got anything.
For you. She walks up to Cypher, boops you on the nose, and then dives into the kitchen, where she returns with 2 large loaves of hard grain bread. In between them, the usual undescript meat. So there is meat of some form in there, with a few of the root vegetables that have been pickled and sliced, and a few fried eggs that have obviously by this point gone cold. But even so, she offers you these two large, enough to easily feed 4 or 5 of you.
And go, and I give her a hug.
She pats you on the head. All right, go on. And if you need to, looking at you, I know you've been busy.
I've slipped a couple of silver in her pocket.
All right, fair. Mystery sausage. The vast majority of the meats, I would imagine, are going to be an assortment of, rats, bats, whatever creatures can be found ground up, and pigeon. Yeah. It certainly is mystery meat.
Rat, sky rat.
sewer rat.
Has anyone noticed there's far fewer charred corpses on the street?
Pre-cooked, isn't it?
So you got one guy on the street corner. He's like, "Hey, hog roast! Got a hog roast right here. Yes, you want a hog sandwich? Yeah."
I just ate. Thank you.
All right. It's not hog. Hey, Nikki. So, with Cider A-OK, she seems busy. She's still taking coin, in spite of feeding those who saved Lower Streets. Garrett, as you head towards the Pious Pauper, in spite of there being 2 large piles of burnt rubble either side, there is no sign of the Chirurgeon. The doors are closed, locked, barred, and you haven't seen her. You didn't see her last night when the fires were raging, and she still hasn't opened the clinic yet.
Hopefully she's safe, but at least her building's untouched. I'm surprised she's not tending to the injured, though. And I'll just take a turn around the building, make sure everything's okay, and then stroll back into Market Row.
All right. Roll me a quick insight check.
Ooh. That's the wrong thing.
So with you strolling around, with your recently reawakened state, you would feel a slight shimmer of energy, similar to that of the Fae, emanating from the door, both front and back door, giving you a brief thought that there seems to be some either form of detection or alarm currently in place on the Pious Pauper. And it's very similar to the botanist's aura.
Intriguing.
And there are a few shoots and sprouts that have just erupted around the outskirts of the building that are incredibly fresh.
I bend down on one knee and just run my finger over the tip of the shoot. Not enough to damage it, just to make contact.
You feel a presence in your mind. A familiar presence. No words are spoken. But you feel you could ask one if you wish.
Are you safe?
Garrett. Yes, we are. You are at the pauper. Yes. Intriguing. The nurse departed as a rather troublesome individual made his way through Market Row.
The Inquisitor.
Yes. She, whilst not afraid, would rather not have to be involved. You understand? The Dryad's voice now starts to slowly fade.
Completely. As far as I know, he's left the area.
A slight acknowledgement crosses your mind before the botanist cuts the link. Yeah,
At least
you are.
they're okay.
You are aware that the botanist has either left a something here or has grown something beneath the ruins to act as a simple protection for the nurse's store. Sorry, not the nurse, the chirurgeons.
Yeah. Similar to what's beneath our.
Funnily enough,
I think.
it is indeed very, very similar, but certainly not as powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, over the road. Well, now, you little scamp. Do me a favor.
Yep.
That bucket
Yes.
and that barrel. Bring it.
Yes. Desmond's going to grab the bucket and the barrel as best he can and just try to...
Those 7 planks over your shoulder as well. And that bag of nails.
Desmond is going to attempt to get everything that she is requesting.
At this point, the half-orc... Oh, sorry, she's a half-orc just currently banging away, trying to quickly construct a few more barrels. I am making an absolute killing at the moment, and since you're here, you can help me get the few bits and pieces that I need. Yes, they'll do. And what else do I need? She quickly scoops the items out of your hand, Desmond, lays them onto the desk in front of her. I'm sorry. Are you here for something else as well?
Just checking up on you. After all, there was a very busy night. And I did think that you would be doing quite well this morning after everyone having to come to you to help rebuild and everything else.
Going to be even better when these fires are fully out. Honestly.
Yes, you will do quite well for yourself, and we like to see our friends do well. So I wanted to stop by and make sure that you were quite well, and I'm going to reach to my pack and get a ration and give it to her because she's probably not fucking eating anything.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna put it there in front of her. And this is for you, just to keep your energy up. Is there anything else you could use?
She grabs the ration, peels open the linen covering, and just stuffs it into her mouth. And actually, as a matter of fact, there is. I'm running out of basic supplies, funnily enough, and at least for small barrel making, and come when this fire's done, I imagine that things are going to be pretty hectic for me. Hell, I might even be able to buy the next store or two, so... I need a few more building materials, or a good source of them.
What could you use?
Wood, bricks, iron, anything used in construction.
I might need to talk to Garrett about that, but I think we might be able to help facilitate. But you're doing well, and we wanted to make sure that you were not injured or any such thing. I might have an idea about that. Yes. I'll leave you to it. I don't know much about making things, just moving things is my forte.
Well, if you ever get bored, or if Garrett has nothing for you to do, you come on over by me. I'm certainly sure I can put you to work.
Oh yes, when the time arises. Now I think I
Alright.
can make myself a bit better use. I'll see you later. And Desmond is going to leave the shop, and his next destination is that gnome store, the general store.
Okay.
Didn't we want to burn that down?
Oh, I was gonna.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
It just didn't work out that way.
At this point, I don't know whether Desmond, is this something you want to do alone, or would the rest of the group at this point, sort of be making their way and see each other?
Alone. I don't
Alone.
want them to see what's gonna happen.
Okay. So, you slip out of Dwyn's and begin to make your way up towards the Carnelian Gate in the direction of Farbrook's General Store. It's here. With you stood outside. The clutter of various odds and ends still splayed out on the cobbles. What do you want to do?
Quick survey, looking at the building. It's covered with junk. Does it seem like
It
a
is.
solid structure?
Yeah, it's still a relatively solid building. It's the walls are stone. A few of the wooden beams are slowly degrading, but not to the point of it being unstable by any means. No,
It's more just not upkept well because this guy's a slob.
absolutely, yes. The building itself is more than stable, but it's just dirty, dank, dusty, and overall grim.
Desmond is going to enter.
As you step through the little chime on the door. Ding! Hey! There you are. Oh, customer. Come in. Come in. The head poking
yes.
round. It's you.
Farbrook, was it?
Yes, you were with the others a few days ago. What have you come to buy? What do you want?
Oh, I've come to check on your prices again. It's
Prices are the best. They're
yes.
more than fair.
Oh yes. Show
What are
me
you
what
buying?
you have. What's your cheapest item?
His cheapest item. He begins to...
Desmond is not looking anywhere but him.
No. He turns around, scratches his head through his hat, and just begins to pull random bits of junk from several crates. No. That's not... here, this. Yeah. He holds a small flask up. 2 copper. 4. No.
Copper.
No. 4 copper. Yes.
4 copper. I seem to recall the other day there was... Most things were at least a gold coin.
Oh, you asked for cheapest, and this is cheapest.
Desmond
If
is
you
going
want
to
to give me a gold coin for it, then I'll certainly not turn it down. So, a gold coin. If you pay gold coin, I give you two jugs, 2 flasks for gold coin. In fact, because I'm such a generous man, I'll give you 4.
Oh, very generous indeed. And Desmond is going to look at the next thing over from wherever he's pointing, whatever it happens to be, and say, and what about this? If it's like a set of scales or something, that'd work.
He has an abacus. He also has merchant scales, yes. So,
Merchant scales, yeah.
yep.
And what about this item?
5 gold.
5 gold.
5 gold for the merchant scale. You see, you can measure things like coin.
Yes. Yes, I can. Look at this thing here. And Desmond is going to put his finger on one side and push it down a little bit.
Right.
And you see this on the other side.
Yeah. There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. And are you aware of all the fires that are happening?
No. I just thought one of the oil lanterns was given a little bit too much. I've not stepped outside. There's fires.
You've not stepped out. Where do you go, Farbrook? Where do you live?
He thumbs over his shoulder, and you see a piece of linen fabric covering a doorway. He waddles back, pulls the fabric across where you can see a second larger room behind that's, again, equally stacked to the ceiling with various crates, barrels, and stock. And through the dim glow of the lanterns, you just see at the far end a single feather-stuffed mattress with a rather brown-stained quilt thrown over it. Bedroom!
Oh, yes. Tell me, Farbrook, have you ever sold anything for a gold coin or more in your entire time running this shop?
Yes, and that's why someone borrowed something from me. Oh, it was a while ago now for a gold coin, which allowed me to purchase all of these things. Because he told me, he said, what you got there is worth more than I was trying to sell it for. So he gave me a gold coin and took this it was a small orb, like a little black thing with red writing on. I can't remember exactly, but he gave me a gold coin, and with that I bought all of this stuff that you see here in the store. So I thought, well, if a small black orb with red writing can, cost a gold, then surely there'll be something else. All of this is worth a gold, if not more.
A small black rock with red writing.
Did he just describe a anti-magic orb?
Not gonna lie, I came here to either extort or kill this man, but now I'm interested. What? When did you sell this?
Oh, it was a couple of years ago now.
To who?
I don't know, just some tall, pale bastard who had lots of coin. He had like a red. Struck me as odd. Struck me as very odd for somewhat of a gentleman in a corset, a red corset. Yes, fit him rather nicely. Bit of a frilly collar.
Did he talk like this?
No, maybe a little. It was rather, not that what you'd expect from most clientele here in lower streets. I think he came from out of town, yes.
Does it sound like he's describing the acolyte of the court garb to me? Like, is that what I'm thinking?
No. This similar sort of track, definitely. The court garb is usually, to an extent, maybe yes. They are red robes and so on and so forth. But yeah, this was a man in a red corset. A rather pale man in a red corset.
Doesn't sound like a coroner.
No, definitely
Doesn't
not.
sound like a coroner.
No. Here's all the beautiful.
Records of your sales?
Did I what, sorry?
Do you keep records of your sales of such items?
No. I sell them thing, they give me coin. Done deal. That's business. Why would I want to be reminded of what I've sold? That seems stupid.
Because at some undetermined time in the future, it may be very vital to the survival of your business and perhaps yourself to recall these things. You never know what could happen.
That is true. That is true.
What else have you sold for a gold coin or more, Farbrook? What have you sold recently for a gold coin or more? Past month,
nothing.
perhaps.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. No, not a thing.
And yet you sit here in this marvelous establishment, gesturing onto the piles of shit, not paying anyone anything. No taxes, no protection money, no nothing. What a blessed life you live.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
And as with all things, eventually it must come to an end.
Well, I don't think I'm ready to kick my clogs too yet. I think I've got another 40, 50 years in me before... I'm getting a little old now, I granted, but... No, I think I'll be good.
Really? You look quite old. You have that much long. Do your kind live that long?
You see, there's... And he taps his nose. Secrets.
Secrets. You keeping secrets from me, Farbrook?
Of course I am. Everyone's keeping secrets from everyone. And I can't tell you trade secrets. No. A man has to buy his things from somewhere now, doesn't he? Potions and whatnot.
And to buy those things, he must draw breath and make coin to buy. And if he hasn't sold, he makes no coin to buy more with. Blood in, blood out. Always there's a flow, and you have stagnated, Farbrook.
It's at this moment the gold coin slowly begins to drop. Oh. Hang on.
So, this gentleman with the red corset. If you have anything to say about him, now would be the time. Think very hard, Farbrook. Think very hard.
Okay. Bead of sweat begins to roll down his forehead as he begins to think. So it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Yes. I had no 4 or 5. I can't remember. But the thing that I got, there was a few of them. A dwarf and a few others brought it in to sell to get rid of. I said that they didn't need it, and it looked interesting, so I gave them a few silver. Fast forward a few more years, and then the tall, pale, lithe man, red corset, they had a frilly, what's that thing's called that go around the neck?
Choker?
Cravat.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then what? He was sort of eyes that could see through you. Even if I told, but he came in. He took the thing, gave me a gold, and said that if I ever came across, use the gold, buy interesting things, and perhaps I may come by and buy something else that is of use. That's what he said. That I think.
Did he leave
maybe
a name?
No, I didn't ask for a name. I just saw the gold coin. I was like, gold coin, for rock.
Now, while Desmond is speaking to him, he's not completely closing his mouth after a sentence. He's showing him his teeth every single time, just keeping his mouth open. Well, Farbrook, it seems to me that your business has dried up. It's desiccated. It's a corpse. You know, I have good news for you.
Oh, really?
I have it on good authority. Some of the shops in the area are looking to expand. Perhaps you could sell your business for actual gold coins and move on to something a bit more befitting someone of your stature and skills. After all, there's the future, and in the future there lies growth and death, the grave and fortune. And you have been held down here far too long, haven't you?
It's been a while. Yeah.
You should strongly consider selling your shop to the next bidder.
Oh. Roll me an intimidation check. With advantage because he's pissing himself.
My character sheet disappeared one moment.
No worries.
Why? Intimidation. With advantage.
Yes.
Just
Okay. Sure. Yeah, next person who wants to buy, I will sell it for gold coin.
So now will come the actual intimidation check. There's a loud thump, 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 boom, boom, loo, and a ringing noise, as if deafened. And Desmond is going to pin him to the wall and just raise his fist and just push him and throttle him and thrash him. And I'm using, where is it? I'm trying to use it,
So
but
good.
my combat ability disappeared from my sheet, so I'm trying to use quietness.
Yep.
I might be only able to use it from another screen or something.
Is it for the frighten?
Oh, I'm gonna try to. No, I'm just trying to use the actual innate ability I have to completely silence the area around me.
As in, if he tries to scream, he can't make a fucking noise.
Yes.
I'm just going to absolutely terrify him and overpower him and make him absolutely fearful for his life, so he will not go back on his word.
All right. Yeah. I'm not even asked for a roll for that. So using what essence you imbibed from the Quiet One, you set up this area where no sound can escape. And from there, if you just want to reiterate, you've got free reign on what you do at this point.
He's essentially just going to grab him by his shirt and his vest, whatever he has, and just pin him to the wall and shake him and just look like he's yelling in his face, but there's no sound. I just want to go until he cannot do any more until he collapses.
Having been tossed around a little, it doesn't take long for his eyes to roll back. His mouth foams slightly as all consciousness leaves his frightened body, along with him vacating whatever remains of his waist.
Okay. That done, Desmond is going to leave the shop once he's satisfied he is out of it. And Desmond is going to cancel the ability. I'm trying to use it on the sheet. I'll do
Yeah,
this
don't
as
worry
I
about
can,
it for
but he's going to go back to Dwen and say, "Oh, Dwen, the general store, the merchant there, the gnome, he has collapsed. I don't know. It might have been the situation, but he said he's looking to sell his store and get out of this town. Might be a good opportunity for you."
Dwen, hearing this, turns over to look at you, Desmond, with an arched brow. She slowly nods. Is that
She could probably tell I'm
so?
full of shit, but
All right.
I know. It's a very strange thing, but he just was having a breakdown. He just fell down. I don't know how to help him.
You say that he's selling? What was that about his store?
The store, the space, and probably all
Aye.
the junk would have to be moved, but as they say, strike while the iron is hot.
Roll me a persuasion check. Freaking sly bastard.
I'm trying to. There it is. Sweet. I can't make the combat. I can't get the combat head up. Just use the character sheet. It's fine.
I know why. I know why. Hang on. Not actually.
Persuasion.
Is he
Not
not actually on that
Mhm.
bucket yet?
Try now.
There it is.
One job, DM.
Persuasion.
I know. Dwen sticks her tongue out slightly, licking one of her lower fangs, and
There it goes.
There we go. She reaches under her counter, takes a small pouch, and slings it towards you, Desmond. Too busy at the minute. That's what I've got available. Use that. That's enough, then I'll have it. And I don't want to know the details, all right? And for... Does Garrett, Reza know about this?
You know, I had gone to check on him myself. They were not there to see it. It was quite a sight, though. I think he's had a breakdown. And
Shame.
Desmond's going to say that while opening the bag and looking down to see if there's just a glint of gold.
There is, yeah.
Any at all.
Yeah, there is. There's easily 3 gold coins and a hefty amount of silver. It's probably, Dwen's not so much full savings, but quite a considerable lump sum that she's kept or made, at least, very recently through the fires. Along with, some of her own previously saved coin.
All right, Desmond's going to extract 2 gold coins and put the pouch back on the counter for her and put them in his pocket so they're safe. And it's like, that should be all. And go back.
One last
Go back to
thing
the
before you go.
Yep. Yes, of course.
This isn't going to bite me on the backside, is it, little Desmond?
How should it? Man wants to sell off his storefront that he probably does not rightfully own, that no one has challenged him for since the entire time he's become a barnacle upon the backside of the market district. All I see is opportunity, Dwen.
Well, then, in that case, my little businessman. And she claps you hard on the shoulder. Go and get me my new storehouse, would you?
Absolutely. And Desmond will go back to his general store. If somebody else wants to work in, I can take a break, or I can just keep going.
Oh no, I'm enjoying this.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, this is a good time.
Yes.
It's
delightful.
this is quality. It's nice to see Scob doing what he does best.
And so he's going to go back to General Store. Farbrook is still passed out. He's going to crouch down right in front of him.
Okay.
If he's not, it'll be a different approach.
It doesn't take long for you to get to Dwayne's conversation. It's probably been 20 minutes. Let me roll a Constitution saving throw. Let's say, DC 15?
They can be lower.
Yeah, go for DC. DC 12 for him to wake up. Yeah, 13. 13's good.
13's good.
Right. Hold. So, that's going to be... in fact, have I not got... I have. There we go. Okay. Constitution saving throw. DC 13. And he wakes up. He is indeed. So as you step back into the dark, dingy confines of Farbrook's General Store, you quickly cast your eyes around and see that he's not immediately in sight. From behind the counter, you just hear a low whimpering.
Yeah, all right. Coming in and hearing that, Desmond is going to force the smile down. And, Farbrook, are you here? There's a fire on. Quite concerned for your safety.
Slowly, you begin to see several fingers creep over the edge of the counter, followed by the hat, and eventually 2 reddened eyes.
And Desmond is going to hold up a gold coin.
Takes 2, uses 1. Classic.
Farbrook,
Yes.
I've been meaning to ask you, and if you need me to roll deception or anything during this, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem you sell too many things. I don't see as you have much use at the store except for a place to squat in. Perhaps you take this gold coin, and we take the building for better use.
It's very
Staring
persuasive.
at him very
Yeah.
intently.
I will say, since you're being somewhat calm, roll me a persuasion check. In spite of the threat of violence and the intent behind it, the tone of voice, it's dark, he wouldn't really fully understand. But if I leave, I've got nowhere else to go.
Well, going to. There are so many charred, burning buildings nearby, Farbrook. You're very lucky not to have been trapped in the rubble, screaming, burning. Anywhere's better than there. And yes, his voice is changing when he's talking.
If I take the gold, what do you want? This place? Everything?
I simply want to see all of this stuff would simply weigh you down and burden you from going on your journey to the next great thing for Farbrook. Emphasis on far. Maybe a brook, something pleasant. Something befitting you, where you don't have to worry about gold coins, silver coins, fires, being a merchant that doesn't sell anything. So, What's it going to be, Farbrook? A gold coin or 2 coppers?
Roll me an intimidation. It's only fair we do this by the dice roll.
Do it. It's just the difference between me being an extortionist and a murderer.
Alright. He gingerly begins to stand, his chin raising above the counter, and he begins to walk around from behind towards you, Desmond. Shaky hand stretches out towards the gold coin.
He's going to place the gold coin gingerly in one palm, and he's going to produce the rest of his rations, which is 2 from the other. There you go, for your travels. I suggest you take what you need. Do you have papers for this place, Farbrook? I don't imagine you do.
I mean, I have something.
Give me here.
Hey, of course. And with that, he,
Now.
whilst gripping this gold coin, scampers off into the back, and underneath the old feather mattress, he pulls out several stacks of old parchment. He then runs back towards you, Desmond, and shakily hands them to you. This is all of the paperwork that I've got from the district office to say that it's mine.
Excellent, excellent. And you know what? Farbrook, it occurs to me you're very fortunate. Do you know why?
Why?
Because twice now you have been paid a full gold coin for something that is worth far less. You should be off now. Take what you need and go.
Yeah, of course, I'll just get
Barbara, emphasis on far, far away.
With that, clasping this gold coin to his chest, he nods twice and starts to slowly back away towards the door. And if left to his own devices, he'd fiddle around with the handle to the door before eventually flinging it open and shooting off down the street into the darkened alleys of Market Row.
Well, more food for the rats. It is Desmond's intention to go back to Dwen's shop, produce the papers, speak nothing of the second gold coin.
I'm so proud.
A little boy's all grown up.
All right.
Well, for the people who are wondering, Desmond has been around for a while. He does the kid angle because it's what he's like got a Arrested Development thing, but like it doesn't mean that he's not essentially a grown man in a little puppet child body.
Having handed the paperwork to Dwen, she gave Desmond just a single acknowledging nod in response before tucking them behind her apron. It would be at this moment where... Oh, so go on, Desmond.
Oh, there you go. He was very, very accommodating with his terms. And that was what he assured me that was all you would need. If there's anything that doesn't line up, I would speak to Garrett. He's very good with paperwork and much more learned than I am, and can assist you in all matters of business. Not that you need assistance, but when it comes to paperwork, it gets very convoluted. And when he says that last part, like the other voice kind of leaks in a little bit. Oh, but that shouldn't be much of a matter. I think you're going to do quite well after this, Dwayne.
Me too, as a matter of fact. Me too. She waves the parchments in your direction, Desmond, before again tucking them back into her apron. Well, I dare say, perhaps worth the 2 coin.
Oh, absolutely. Though, bear in mind, you may have to move some shit out of it, both literal and metaphorical.
Well, then it's quite handy that I've acquired your services, my strong little companion now, isn't it?
Oh, Dwayne, you know what? I think I hear Garrett calling me.
Ah, convenient. Well, when you see the bastard, send him in here. I've got him later, when this is all over.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But for now, goodbye.
Ah,
Desmond
see you later.
vanish. And I will hand the torch to whoever is next.
That was delightful.
That was good. So yeah, I would probably say at this point,
Start waiting for fucking Desmond to show up. Like, what the fuck? Is
Yeah,
that? You only went to Dwayne's.
I figured maybe Reza needed to go for seconds or something. I don't know.
I mean, no. I would say Reza is probably just chilling wherever Garrett is. And like she's very content now. Like she is a happy full vampire and has not a care in the fucking world.
fair.
So Desmond will approach, and is everyone basically there waiting for him?
Yeah, Cypher's got half a sandwich for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I happened to find that Farbrook was in a sorry state, and he has far fucked off. And now Dwayne happens to own a secondary shop now. Oh, and Garrett, she could use some advice for the paperwork to make sure it's all in order. So there might be some opportunity there.
Excellent. I need to talk to her about some renovations for the folly.
She's doing quite well. Very
Yeah,
well
I thought
after
she
all
would.
this.
Yes, great damage will definitely lead to a uptake in her profit.
From the ashes and all that.
Indeed.
I really like eggs. You guys like eggs?
I used to, but they don't really do much for me anymore. Just a little gassy.
Okay. Sorry, Cypher's distracted by a sandwich that has eggs in it.
Yeah, they'll make you big and strong, and I squeeze your bicep.
Ow.
All right, I'm done being a sociopath for a moment.
For now.
For now.
As soon as you're finished eating, Cypher, we'll make our way over to try and find Asmund.
Yes, just
It's
waiting
good.
on you, Cypher.
What? I can multitask. I could eat and talk. Look, a sandwich. It's a sandwich, guys.
I can
Not
hold
bad for
the other
Tango.
half of it for you while you're eating it, Simon.
No, that's Desmond's.
Oh.
Oh no,
sorry.
you need it. You need the energy. I feel remarkably satiated at the moment.
I already ate 1.5.
Holy hell.
Yeah, the other full one was for you, but I ate half of it.
All right, I'll take the half.
Okay.
He'll extend his hand.
So, with sandwiches in hand, Dwen owning or turning into some sort of property mogul. The small sociopathic doll, vampire, weird changeling, and some fey entity. It's the start of a good joke there, but anyway.
Why am I the weird one? Eh? Alright, answer me that.
I mean,
You all begin to make your way through Market Row before heading in a northwesterly direction towards the Polter district. Obviously, by this point, the vast majority of the Polter district is unconcerned with... In fact, do you know what? Yeah, since we're doing a district change, do you want to call it quick BRB?
yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, we'll do a BRB. All right. Pee break, refill a clock. We will be but a moment. And yeah, there we go. All right, won't be a second. Break time. Yeah, okay. Well, to be a moment. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ta.
Me too.
Oh, Jacko Boom, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. We've literally just called a quick break. What have you missed? Oh, that's a question.
A bit.
What's the best way of putting this? A small childlike doll extorting someone to give their entire business up in the most horrific show of creepy. Go on, Desmond. I'll let you summarize it.
Desmond has been living with the Medicinae Sororitas or society for like so long he doesn't remember, and he's just been an errand boy for the coroner and all the others, including the nurse. Think about that. Like that, the nurse needs a dirty job done and doesn't want to go do it herself. She will send Desmond.
So basically, briefly, he's been working for a lich, a hag,
A hag. Honestly,
dryad.
The dryad's probably not so bad. Then there's also the chirurgeon. All right, let's be honest. On the scale, she's probably the low end of the scale.
Yeah.
It probably goes her, the chirurgeon, the coroner, and then the hag. That's grayest to darkest.
Yeah. If you like dark campaigns, that's kind of the angle we're currently going with.
Desmond is essentially a puppet that has a porcelain exterior that's just unreasonably hard and durable. That he's an abomination that is a part like soul fused with desiccated child organs and a doll body. It's not a good
Yeah.
scene. Okay,
Welcome
chat?
back.
Just keep in mind, it's rough. And also, got to make Farbrook suffer.
Absolutely. Yeah. So with
The best part is no one
So
will
go on.
believe him.
You
The
know
best
what?
part is no one will believe him.
No, of course not. All right. Is that everyone back? Cypher, Garrett?
Indeed.
Never left.
Cool. So then, with you all departing Market Row, heading northwest along the main streets into the Polter district, here you begin to notice that the vast majority of the townsfolk aren't really too concerned with the fires. It's a little far off in the distance, more affecting Market Row and lower streets. That there isn't the same sense of urgency and seriousness here. There are still various small bars and breweries open on the streets, a multitude of people getting drunk and taking whatever substance they can get their hands on. With the exception that the last time you were here, there were more people, and in spite of people getting drunk and off their face, the mood's a little more somber, as if something scared them recently.
Desmond's going to look around.
I wonder what it could have been.
Trying to discern if it's the Inquisitor and his recent run through of the place, or if it is something more immediate.
Roll me an insight.
Okay, that is my worst thing. I would love to.
4. Again, the only thing that really springs to mind would be the fact that the Crimson Court's Inquisitor came through here not but a day ago, charging through in one direction and then shortly came back towards Market Row.
Hmm. You there? Why so glum?
Yeah, just the man.
Pointing to the nearest fucking person.
Yeah. Hey, what? He's always me. What?
Can you string two words together in a sentence before it all just goes to mush like your brain?
He takes a small black-leafed cigarette from his mouth and blearily looks towards Desmond. Yeah. Yeah, what? Yeah. What you say, eh?
Why are you so glum? Or are you so battled that you don't know anything that's going on around you?
Ah, fucking hell, that Inquisitor's been snooping around. You not heard about the bloodbath, no? Everyone's talking about it. Everyone.
Bloodbath? Oh dear,
Aye.
what bloodbath?
Supposedly. Bloodbath. Oh yeah, supposedly that some Inquisitor and his guards just came storming in looking for someone. They went up towards the canals. There's like a... He looks over his shoulder towards another chap. Oh, where's that Inquisitor? There you go. His associate. And if I remember rightly, he was heading towards that no fandangled tavern. That one that was taken out, is it the table? Hey, it was over to the table. Hey, that's the one. Aye.
Oh dear.
Why, who's asking, eh?
Just a concerned citizen, after all. Taverns are the lifeblood of the society here.
This other chap who's seemingly a little more with it, a bottle in hand, looks down towards you, Desmond, arches a brow, and then looks over towards the rest of the group. What are the rest of you doing?
Just standing there, just watching what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Not being belligerent or anything, just
Desmond is kind of is.
yeah.
Yeah, Reza also looking like a concerned citizen, but also thinking to herself, Desmond does all of the inquisitions from now on.
Well, then, my
Cypher's
little...
like-
What's you going to Cypher?
I was just going to say, Cypher's like, I like eggs.
Yeah, they're having a side conversation about eggs.
Hey! Hey, little lord, how about one of your little peons? That's a rather nice sandwich that you've got over there. Perhaps if soak up a bit of the old...
Sandwich. There'll be problems. However, I have half a sandwich here.
Oh,
And Desmond's holding the sandwich that Cypher gave him, and he will proffer that to the man. Here you go. Eat it.
Oh. Takes a sandwich with a grateful nod. Oh, that'll soak up some of this fucking poison that I've been drinking, eh?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's good.
Always
So,
the serving over at this upscale tavern.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've not been in it, to be honest with you. What about you, John? Johnston, the friend. Oh, that's too rich for my blood, that. Yeah. No, I can't say that I've been in it, but it's been the talk of the old Polter district for the last few hours. Apart from that raging inferno over there. Poor bastards in lower streets.
The smokestack behind us, notwithstanding, why have two pillars of the community like yourself not been to this place?
That's pretty fucking simple, isn't it? It's a bit out of our price range, you know? You know, that's not down
Make
here.
an accommodation for you, despite what you'll do for the community. Nothing?
No. They made a livelihood on sort of baying out to the fucking, those rich prucks, all the dock workers and all them who own stores. They were making a right killing. I suppose the dwarf. Aye.
Is that what you're saying? Lapdogs?
No, dock workers, mate. And store owners.
But the tavern keeper, you're saying that they're lapdogs, that they are catering to those who have rather than those who have not.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
The way of
You know-
business, however, seems a bit strange that they wouldn't try to sell to the people who are here.
No. I don't know. It's just word of mouth and rumour, but, supposedly the old boss man's not been around much. He sort of handed it
What
over
about
to
this
someone
word
else.
mouth?
Oh, that?
Where was it? Yes, tell me.
Well, one of the old armoured pricks from out in the fucking, I don't know, he must have been some sort of court inquisitor guy, came storming through with his retinue, right, went into the fank table, and now for some old reason, God knows why, who knows why, but they were ready for him. Soon as that inquisitor and his retinue stepped out into the open area, all the windows flew open, all the shutters slammed open, crossbows poked out. In fact, they'd even got their hands on a few of them there muskets. Huh? Some of the military muskets, the raw.
Oh, my.
And before you knew it, a ripple of gunfire and crossbow bolts just poured out of the front doors and all the windows of the thank table. All the wardens and retinue, they fell like flies, but this warden, he just wailed through it, mate. single-handedly burst the door, knocked the door off its hinges, and, well, that's the way the bloodbath came into play now, ain't it? Not one person was left standing.
Reza says
That's
an aside to Garrett, "Can I get a muskie?"
What's a muskie?
Wow, that sounds dreadful. No survivors, you say? Not one standing amongst them. I wouldn't doubt it if you've seen that Inquisitor roaming the streets. But of course you were
Fucking
brave and you
brute.
were just out here, yes?
Oh, it's just words on the street. Just words on the street.
I see. Well, thank you very much for your insight.
Oh, cheers for Sani.
Well then, enjoy. All right, we should be along. I think that what is it? Lunch destination might be closed. We'll have to see. That's looking back towards people that are walking with him.
So we stroll off towards the bank table. And as we walk in, I'm just going to say to Reza, you do realise a musket draws a lot of attention.
Does he?
What's a musket?
It's like a metal tube that fires like a bow, but at a greater distance and does a lot of damage. But
But
the
what?
noise it makes is like a thunderclap.
I didn't realise it made a noise. Maybe I don't want that. I like being
Sounds like magic.
sneaky. Yeah.
No, some
Cypher, can you do
days-
that?
Do what?
Make a loud noise and hurt someone at a far distance like that? Like a musket?
I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I
You're a
can.
musket.
No. Maybe I am. Cypher's now pondering whether he's a musket or not.
Reza, I don't think you are. Because you're alive. And I'm fairly sure muskets aren't.
But if I hoisted him up and he used his you know what, would he be a musket?
Or would he be a cannon?
What's a cannon?
What's a cannon?
It's like a musket but bigger.
Oh. Cypher, you could be a cannon.
I could be a cannon.
Suddenly the campaign turns from, fucking pariahs into transformers, with a changeling turning into a cannon.
I don't know what you're talking about. We just became space orcs.
It works because we
The
see
go could milk. There goes Decker. 'Cause it makes the boom. Carry
I'm
on.
not sorry.
I'm going to
Oh,
pay
we should probably go and see if Asmund's in the ground or not. Yes.
Well, the first place we need to go is the table.
Hmm.
At least someone should have an idea where he is.
Once we are far enough away from the people around, Garrett, this Asmund, he previously owned the Folly, yes?
Yes, he's the original owner of the Folly.
So, I must be clear now. If he's bad off, would it be better for him to be above or below ground?
He's always been a friend to us.
That'll be above then.
We did have an arrangement that if the Inquisitor was to be made to leave Market Row and lower streets, he would sign over ownership of the Folly to us. And the Inquisitor has left lower streets.
All right. So not very knowledgeable about these kinds of things. So if you just go, that'll be the sign, yes?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last bit.
Well, that'll be the sign if his skull needs to be concave.
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
I will surely let you know, should that be the case.
Yes.
But he's always dealt in good faith with us up to now.
Well, he seems like an absolute bastard.
Oh, yes. But he's our bastard.
Until he's not. And then he's just dog food.
It's always better to have the enemy that you know.
Wait, are we getting a dog? Why do we need dog food?
Oh, can we get a dog?
What's a dog?
It's like a cat, but larger, and it makes like a woof noise instead of a meow.
Isn't that like a wolf?
Kind of, but pathetic in comparison, admittedly. Not like a Roggen wolf, more like...
Can we get a Roggen wolf?
Probably not.
I'm wearing one. We already have one. I'm wearing it.
Then we already have a Roggen wolf.
We have a Roggen Wolf at home.
The Roggen wolf at home. Points to Reza.
Cypher will remember this.
Drinking.
No, it's all good.
We've gone from grimdark to children's TV.
I mean, in all fairness, it needs that bounce.
Yeah, 100%.
As I've always said, with this style of campaign, the serious dark moments are amazing, but you also need that flow in and out to keep it fresh. Because if it's too serious 100% of the time, it's just like, oh, it's so stressful, so dark. So no, don't ever apologize. Yeah, don't ever apologize.
Like, the people around him would notice that there's something off. Like, he's a little bit more unstable. So
Yeah, he's like a little bit more bloodthirsty. Like,
yes, like
he wants to
100%.
kill Osmond. It's odd.
I mean, it seems like he doesn't understand whether or not he should want to, but he's down for it regardless. Like, basically just like an attack dog. Like, if you give the signal, he's going to try.
Then we tend to have a fight with most people we come across as well.
I mean,
Desmond's stuck in. I wish a motherfucker would.
so as this conversation is going on, you begin to make your way through the Polter district. Eventually, you begin to get to the point where you can see the thank table just at the end of the road. And it would also be here where you notice that the vast majority of the townsfolk, even carts, seem to be giving the courtyard of the thank table an incredibly wide berth.
Desmond's going to point at them, say, "That's right. Stay away. This is our throughway."
You get the odd
Desmond.
glance.
Not even loud enough for them to like hear. He's just doing
Yeah.
it.
You okay,
All
Desmond?
right, Desmond.
I think I will be. I feel good. I feel like things are as they should be.
Okay, that's good.
As you begin to get closer, you would now see that all of the wooden slats over the windows have been forced open. Outside the grounds, there are a slew of broken shafts of crossbow bolts and odd bloodstain. A few bodies have been stacked up against the wall of the thank table, but any gear and equipment that they may have had has long been pilfered and stolen, stripped by the local beggars of the district. And even the door itself is almost off its hinges. The double door to the thank table has been burst wide open, a central large crack down the door where you can only imagine that a large mace in a single blow just blew the doors inwards.
It is Desmond's intention, if no one gets there before him, to kick it the rest of the way in.
Just before he gets there, Garrett's hand lands on his shoulder. Gently, maybe a low profile.
Then he will gingerly push the door open very slowly.
As you
And then he
begin
whisper,
to...
hello.
As you whisper hello and peer in, the inside of the thank table seems to be relatively left intact. Apart from at the very closest to the door, a few tables have been scattered where people were potentially thrown into. The lanterns are still lit due to the fact that the sheer amount of whale oil used in these lanterns keeps them burning for a considerable amount of time. The fires, whilst not roaring, are still glowing. Again, you see that Asmund's invested quite the funds in turning this place into a rather nice establishment. But signs of life, there are none. Naught but silence, and now the occasional gust of, the whistling of wind through the open door echoes around the empty tavern.
Reza is going to carefully move behind the bar and see. I think that's where the hatch was, to the basement. She's going to move behind the bar and see if that hatch has been tampered with or if it's still intact.
Roll me an investigation check.
Right.
So while you're doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
Cypher's keeping watch. He's like, just in case like any fucking guards come this way and we're caught fucking roaming around this place.
I'm not sure I'm able to find the hatch.
It's not. You found the hatch. You know where the hatch is. So go on, Desmond.
I was just asking if Cypher's outside or inside the tavern.
Outside. Hiding in the shadows.
Okay. Well, then Desmond's going to be inside. Just
Okay.
looking around, waiting. If anything moves, that's just looking for. He's looking for movement. Especially in
Okay.
the rafters or something like that, like people waiting.
All right. Roll me a perception check, please, for both Desmond and Cypher. Garrett, while they're doing that, what are you up to?
I'm looking for any signs of life, any places where dust's been disturbed. Anything out of the ordinary that different from the last time we were here.
Okay. Roll me an investigation. It's not so much that you see fuck all. So, Reza, we'll start with you. As you make your way into the back rooms, you approach the hatch, and it appears to have been hastily covered up by an old rug. It gives off the sense that someone had indeed made their way into the hatch, and someone who was left behind threw haphazardly, maybe in a rush, or again just uncaringly threw an old rug over the top of it. So it wasn't exactly concealed, and shows obvious signs that it has been used somewhat recently, in the last two or 3 days at most. Desmond, as for you, everything is completely calm and quiet. You glance around up into the rafters, showing no signs of any movement whatsoever. Same with you, Cypher. Outside, apart from the odd person who casts a glance towards the tavern and the odd rumour and murmur of the brief scuffle that transpired. Again, some people occasionally try to approach some of the corpses just to have a quick look over, see if there's anything of use or any belongings that they could steal. It just seems, whilst it was the talk of the town, people also know that fights in the Polter district are just part and parcel of life here. So, yes, it was a fight, and there was a big guy in armour involved. Some know of the Inquisitors, some don't. And again, Garrett, as you quickly glance through the tavern itself, there are signs of that, whatever battle or whatever fight transpired here, it was over incredibly quickly. Those at the windows were dragged down to the ground, caved in with a large metal mace. There isn't much evidence of the Inquisitor overturning the place looking for things. It's almost like he arrived, a battle ensued, and then shortly after he was forced to depart. So that's your information, crew.
Are any of the corpses in here dwarves?
There would be one or two, yes. But they would be certainly recognisable that they are not Asmund Mason.
To us, but not necessarily to the Inquisitor.
Not to the Inquisitor, no.
Reza is... Sorry, somebody else
No,
is
go ahead.
talking.
No, you go.
Reza's going to pop back out to the main room where the rest of them are and say, looks like somebody has tried to use the basement area for hiding. Shall we all go down together? Just in case there's something nasty down there.
Yes, Cypher.
So if it just appears at the door, yeah?
We're gonna check the trapdoor. You coming?
Okay. Okay.
Do you know how deep it goes?
It's just a few rooms in the basement, as far as I recall. I don't think it went any deeper like ours.
Well, if it's not trapped, then I should just jump down and be ready to fight anyone who might be waiting.
Desmond, I'm getting a little worried about your enthusiasm level. Now, I appreciate it, but I
Those
feel
stand no
like-
chance.
What?
Is that are we here to rescue, or are we assaulting?
What?
We're here to try and find Asmund. To speak to him. There shouldn't be any need for fighting. But I will check to make sure that that trapdoor isn't trapped before we go forwards.
Good idea.
Yes. Desmond's kind of cutting the idea that we're not attacking these people. So he's just gonna wait.
Oh, just relax. You seem a bit on edge right now, Desmond.
Well, did you see the Inquisitor? Now I was jumping from roof to roof, and he had that very large mace.
Yes.
That would be. If I could be something, I would want to be that, jumping roof to roof with a large mace and just a force to be reckoned with.
You want to be an Inquisitor when you grow up?
No, not an Inquisitor, just what he is without being what he is.
Right, okay.
Like just a force of nature that is not natural.
I think you've already got the second part down.
But the first part is the problem. Desmond is moving his hands. He's got his rattle on his waist and his shield is on his arm, but he's like moving his arms like he's speaking with them this entire time. Just trying to be useful, Reza. Trying to do what I do the best I
Yeah.
can.
No, sure. We appreciate that.
I'm going to sit down now.
I think that's a good idea.
I'm just going to take one of the stools from behind the bar and just sit on it. Just wait there.
Swinging his legs.
Yeah, kind of kicking him a little bit. Like, not super frantically, just a little bit. You know? Just trying to occupy himself and think.
In the back room, Garrett, as you approach the trapdoor, you begin to look over it. How would you examine this trapdoor for traps?
I'd start with my my thieves' tools.
Mm-hmm.
Running a like a probe down the sides of it, making sure there's no wires attached.
Which at that moment, as you begin to bring the iron pick back, you feel a slight snag of a string.
Trap. So I make a mental note where the string is, and I move the pick round to the other side to make sure there's no secondary strings.
There is. It seems as you begin and get round the other side of the trapdoor, there seems to be a piece of string on either side. Whether or not it's linked or two separate ones, unsure. But both to the left and right of the trapdoor, there is indeed something there signaling a trap.
Is it taut or loose?
Very, very, very taut.
Very, very taut.
Like a tiger.
Like a tiger. Tight like a tiger. The slightest bit of effort lifting the trapdoor would trigger the trap.
Right, there's something on the underside of the trapdoor. It's a very tight string from the feel of it.
We need small hands to snip strings.
Well, my only worry is because it's tight, if I break the string, it might trigger the trap.
When you pop the hinges and take the whole door off, you might be able to hinge it the other way.
Are the hinges visible?
With this trapdoor, no. So, but you do remember the last time you came in here, the hinges are bolted underneath the wood, so that when you lift the trapdoor, it's like swings up and out. So it's not hinges of a door. It's almost like, I can't remember exactly the name, but almost like curved ribs that cause the trapdoor to lift up.
Ah. It's like a swing hinge.
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
Hang on. It's here somewhere.
A 23.
What'd I do?
How would you go about disarming this?
How I'm thinking is, rightly or wrongly, I'm gonna.
Yeah, this is on you. How you disarm this is entirely on you. You know, whatever you say is right.
I'm going to manifest a side blade that's so thin it's barely there for each of my hands, and I'm going to gently cut the strings on both sides, just between like finger and thumb. So it's just, I'm not putting any pressure on it. I'm just grazing it every time, and obviously the side blades are sharp as fuck.
Absolutely. For a brief moment, as you cut through both of the strings simultaneously, you hear the sound of a heavy weight just drop to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You pause for a moment, listening. Trap doesn't go off. It seems that cutting both the strings, that whatever mechanism would cause it to fire off, has been cut.
Desmond?
Yes.
Could you bring your shield here for me, please?
Shield? Oh, yes. Desmond's going to use the shield as directed.
And if you could just place it in between yourself and me and the trapdoor. And I take a bit of rope from my pack, tie it on the trapdoor handle and start pulling it backwards, using the shield as cover, just in case.
Desmond, realizing what's going on, is going to brace himself.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's his intention to take the brunt of the attack if it comes this way towards Garrett.
Oh, and it's coming. As the trapdoor swings open, what's thrust forward is the barrel of a muzzle. Is the barrel of a musket. Lunges forward, but with the string no longer around or hanging loose from the trigger, the barrel just pling slams against the shield in front of you, and the gun doesn't fire.
The fuck is that?
That is a musket.
And Desmond, with his offhand, like the non-shield hand with a mace, he's going to set the mace back at his belt. He's going to grab the musket and see if there's a string tied to the trigger.
There is, but it's been cut. It's just hanging loosely down on on either side of the musket.
Okay, so he's going to pull it up. Like the actual entire musket, just in one of his right arm.
Yeah. It's a musket with a single round loaded.
This is a musket. Just going to look at him with this musket in his hand.
All right. Looks like a stick.
All right.
Let's not experiment with a musket right now. We don't want to draw attention to us with a big
I'll
bang.
hold it. Yeah, no, I'll
Just set
hold
it on the
it.
ground.
Oh, okay.
Just set it on the ground very gently, lengthwise, just away from the hatch so it doesn't fall in.
I turn around, make eye contact with Reza, and just sort of nod down towards the musket, indicating to take it. Because I know what the kids are like.
So Reza, like, looking super serious and adult, she just kind of nods, and, like, after the other two have gone down the thing, she just picks it up and kind of, like, tries to kind of, like, stuff it in her pack and, like, kind of hide it with her bow and, like, make it not super obvious that she's got a musket slung across her back now.
They're pretty big.
I mean, she's trying.
I.e., she fails.
Yes. If it's unless it's concealed with a bit of fabric, this thing's easily like a 5 feet long, 4 or 5 foot long Yeah, it's big. It's yeah, it's not a modern assault rifle. This thing is a old, it's an old musket. But Reza, it is in your inventory.
Okay, cool.
And
I think I
before...
can. Sorry.
No,
I'm just
keep it going.
using prestidigitation to make it look like a broom. I think I can do that. An illusory image. Or no, maybe I can't. Whatever.
It's a little too big.
Too big. Yep. Okay.
That'd be a
She put
minor
Sorry.
bristles at
illusion.
one end. Could she put bristles at one end?
She could. Yeah, you could make bristles on one end.
Snap the end of a broom and stick it on the end.
No,
Yeah.
continue. I'm done trying to be cute with this.
It's a horrific weapon of war.
Yeah, her
So-
fucking war to bananas and broomsticks.
With that, do you make your way into the basement, into the lower chambers?
I'm going to gently call Asmund.
Silence.
Okay, so I'm going to say to the rest of the crew, we're going down. Be on your guard, but don't attack if you see something move. Wait till you identify it first.
Alright, how deep is the hole?
It's like a stairwell that descends roughly, I would say about 20 to 30 feet underground.
You should let me go first, and you stand behind me to greet anyone who might be there. Because I got the shield.
Or I could sneak down there and take the lay of the land.
But I have a shield.
And if I need you, you will be right there beside me when I call.
And I will be just behind you.
Let me go first.
Alright.
And wait for my call.
Alright.
I feel like we're all channeling Vanya today.
But I have a wall that goes with me.
Oh, God.
As you begin to descend, using the shadows, or again, it's dark anyway. It's apart from a few candles that light the area, you enter the familiar, the familiar lower chambers of the Thank Table, previously Anvara Taban's residence. And as you all make your way down, you are met with nothing but silence. No sound of movement, no signs of life. Empty. Obviously, someone must have come down here to set the trap. But at present, there's not even the sound of breathing besides Garrett and Cyphers.
So once Garrett gives the all clear, Reza's going to start looking for a secondary exit. See if maybe... Because they had to get out some way if they're not dead, if we don't find bodies.
Yeah. So, Reza, you're searching for an exit. Is that the plan for everyone? Just have a...
No, Cypher's sniffing for something still here.
It is Desmond's turn to follow Garrett down at a 10-foot interval, very slowly. So he has a place to vault over to get behind him.
Yep.
And also survive, basically serve as a place for Cypher to take cover from, so that he can just blast fucking magic down this hole. Because obviously he's not supposed to be the forward guard, but he's going to be there to make sure that Garrett doesn't run into too much trouble.
Well, with you all beginning to make your way down, after a few tense moments, you realise that there is no one here. Reza and Cypher, with you being more alert and on the lookout, you get the impression that no one's been here for at least a day, maybe even 2. The vast majority of the crates that were stored here have been broken open. Everyone gets the impression that whatever was valuable has been moved. Another 15, 20 minutes pass, and eventually you would notice that there is a small hole that's been attempted to be... Well, basically a way into an old tunnel has been opened up, and then the bricks have been put back. But at the last moment, probably when the Inquisitor entered, not all of the bricks were replaced, leaving a small thoroughfare further into the deeper parts of the Polter district.
Do you think they were eaten by rats?
No, I think they went out this tunnel.
But there are rats in these tunnels.
Probably.
So Reza goes over to make sure Garrett draws attention to where this tunnel exit appears to be, and have him look it over.
If I remember, Asmon's quite handy with a knife. I don't think he'd be rat food.
But there are quite a lot of them.
Yeah, but he's a wily sort, and he would avoid confrontation wherever possible. And you
Yeah.
don't know how many people he had with him.
Yes, all right. Well, seems he's been driven off from his thank table. I think it might not be so wise to follow him down this path.
Probably not. No documents or anything left lying around down here.
Nothing that would indicate. The only thing that would spring to mind is obviously the thank table is relatively close to the canals. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, can we smell like the river from here? Can we smell or hear running water through the hole?
I'm going to regret asking this, but do you think you may be able to taste the river? Oh no, you've not got it. Oh,
No,
she's not
Vandy's
here. She's not here with the cloak of tongues. Oh. Hey, Rayvon. Roll a perception check. Based on smell.
Based on smell, so I don't have disadvantage. Nice! 9.
9. There would be... Are you sniffing the hole? Are you sniffing the hole?
Yeah,
Are you-
Cypher's weird. Like he's got his head in the hole at this moment in time.
It's
If nobody stopped him, his head's in the hole. He's like,
it smells of sewage and water. Yes.
Well, it's either the canals or a sewer running water this way.
Can we see any tracks? Any footprints in the nastiness? And
With some illumination, yes, there would be obvious footprints in the dust on the other side of this hastily built or rebuilt wall.
So, do we follow the footprints?
What size are they? Do they look like dwarf footprints or?
It's by this point, I'd like to say it's pretty obvious, yes, that they are humanoid-sized footprints.
I think this is an escape route to the canals.
He may not even be in this district anymore then.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where it exits, and then, if need be, we'll throw some money at the problem with the locals.
Can Reza smell, differentiate potentially, because it is her favorite food, any blood mixed in with the tracks and stuff as they go through the tunnel?
So you're heading into it, is that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, seeing where it goes out.
No, so yes, you can differentiate, but no, there is no sign of any fresh blood or the only smell would be that of the general filth of the underground of Novostoya, with a somewhat slight refreshing, slightly salty air from the sea being wafted inland, but that's about it.
Well, I'm not smelling any blood, so if anyone was injured, they were not actively bleeding when they traveled through here. So that could mean they were a corpse, or they were bandaged or uninjured.
As you begin to continue down this narrow tunnel, eventually you reach almost a dead end. The only exception is that directly above you there's a rusted iron grate, and part of the iron grate has been broken away and then nailed and bolted to the wall to act like a makeshift ladder. There's a slight greenish hue of light from above.
So it looks like this goes into a building. We can't see sky as we look up.
No. All you can see is stone. A rounded stone ceiling directly above you, and this, apart from what appears to be slightly bioluminescent moss growing on the roof that offers this dull green glow around an incredibly foul-smelling area.
Do we recognize that kind of arrangement from anywhere else we've been in the city?
I don't think any of you've been in the sewer before, so.
All right. I mean, I think we've been sewer adjacent, but okay.
It smells like, and I've said it smells like sewer.
I know. I'm being a smart ass.
Like shit.
It smells like shit.
Smells like a whorehouse on a busy week.
Looks like it's this way.
So we push on, and I'll just climb up ever so slowly, just having a little glance around.
Okay. In that case, then.
It's like I know what's coming.
So as we're descending,
Yay!
the one person that Desmond is like paying a special attention to is Cypher,
No.
because he does not fucking want anything bad to happen to him.
Well, that's a
Garrett,
thing.
with you climbing up this makeshift ladder of broken iron bars, you'd glance over the ridge into the sewer. Just over the other side, scooping piles of shit and filth into its mouth, is a familiar sight of one of the sewer savages.
Yep. Is that what a quiet one looks like?
not in any shape to take on that thing right now.
I take it the right-hand side is leading to
You
daylight.
are absolutely correct. As you see from the right, a somewhat yellowish hue signaling lanterns. And that's where the breeze that's starting to flow through into the sewers is coming from. And the water itself is flowing to the right as if towards the canal. As you look towards the left, it only gets darker with this dim green bioluminescent glow from the algae and the moss growing on the ceiling.
Okay, I've got a terrible idea.
Oh no.
If we get Reza to fire an arrow all the way to as far to the left as possible down that thing, and see if it follows the noise and we sneak to the right out of the sewer. What could possibly go wrong?
Talk amongst yourselves how you want to do this. This at the moment, the savage is just happily eating filth from the ground, using the sort of bolted on metal blades, almost like a scalpel, just to scrape filth from the cobbles and stone below into its mouth.
So if it's doing that, it would be making a fair amount of noise. 'cause
Absolutely.
Metal blades on wood.
Metal blades on stone certainly
Stone.
make noise. Yeah.
In that case, I think we sneak.
I agree.
I need everyone to make me, if this is the plan,
Mm-hmm.
a stealth check against its perception. I will roll at a disadvantage because it is currently busy. You have 15 to beat.
Desmond is going last.
Well, since Cypher rolled a 9,
Desmond is going last.
Well,
And he has a disadvantage because he's wearing chainmail.
Oh dear.
oh shit.
Yes.
Still
dick.
fucking kills it though.
But he's going
So-
last. He's going after Cypher.
What I will say to that though is, Cypher, at some point during this, you will make a noise. But due to everyone rolling exceptionally well, I will allow you all to position yourselves wherever you want, under the assumption that this thing's going to detect you. And even fleeing into, you know, it yeah. It's very close.
Everyone move, and I will move last. Please.
And I'll go behind Desmond. So if we have the caster and the range,
And
so I got to there. And
I
stuff.
will also set its initiative at 1.
Just want to turn it towards him.
roll initiative, yeah?
Roll me initiative. So as you all begin to try and sneak, you eventually get to the point where you're almost free, getting towards the edge where the light begins to seep through from the outer areas into the sewers. And it's at this moment, Cypher, where... What do you do?
I slip on a turd.
as you stand on this heap of shit, your feet kick out from underneath you and you drop back hard onto the ground. Immediately knocked prone, and it's here where that sound echoes around the sewer. The Savager stands up, all four of its legs raise it up as it spins. Its head glances around in the dimly lit area and eventually focuses on all of you. Garrett, what do you do?
Well, shit. And
I saw my shoe.
I'm just gonna have to throw a blade or two at it.
From experience, you know this thing is very quick. It can move quicker than you, and in its natural environment of the sewers, probably pretty good at climbing around as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not looking forward to it. All right.
All
We're
right.
gonna go for stupid idea time.
All right.
I'm gonna take an oil jar.
Oh no.
And instead of throwing it, I'm going to uncork it and flick a line of oil. Because oil sits on top of water.
It does.
So I'm going to go from here, 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 here. And make
All right. Bear with
a
me.
wall of flames without a wall of flame. I'll use multiple jars if need be. I have a few.
All right. So your action then is to basically uncork the oil and just start scattering the oil. Yeah. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. I do have somewhere. Liquid. We'll use that for the moment. All right. So yeah, with that then you begin to start uncorking and emptying out the contents of the oil into the stream. First it just begins to start floating down towards the canal. But again, with it, I'll let you use, I would say 4 vials.
Fine.
But that'll
covering the banks as well.
That's covering. What are you trying to get the?
I basically
all
want
of
a
that.
wall. From there to there, if possible.
Okay. Well, yeah. You do. Whether or not it stays there because of the running water, different story. But for the moment, yes, you managed to coat it in oil. Any bonus actions?
Can I light the oil with my bonus action, or is that another action?
Sadly, not. Yeah, not unless you've got any bonus action spells.
I can light it, so.
Yeah, uncorking 4 vials of oil and
Yeah,
throwing them around is. Are you done?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say that needs to be lit sooner rather than later.
All right.
Start
With a
backing towards
screech.
the light.
The claws start slamming into the ground. Cypher, over to you.
First off, we shall meta magic transmute spell.
Alright.
You know where this is going, don't you?
I think so.
Lord Fire Legion.
Fire Legion? Oh shit. Okay. Alright. I am on board. What does this look like?
So at first it kind of looks like the oil just spreads, but it's like a tarry oil, and then these skeletons like just crawl out of it and stand up and just kind of rear up, and then like black flames just appear on them, and they look like the corpses that we left in the streets. You know, they look like charred corpses, but like kind of like not quite there.
Oh, you're so good at shadow puppets.
Really, really good.
And it's at that moment, as the flaming skeletal shadow-like hands begin to reach out from Legion, the oil also bursts into flames. Let's make this pretty, shall we?
And then I'll stand up.
All right. This all happens in seconds. Any further actions, Cypher?
I'll stand up and move towards Teresa.
Okay. Desmond.
Desmond is going to... Let's see, Garrett went first. Desmond has to hold his position because he doesn't want to leave anyone else behind him. So instead of having his mace, he's going to sling his mace. He's going to grab an oil flask and throw it through the flames towards this bridge area in the middle. Like,
all right. Are you uncorking it as you throw it?
Yes.
Fire.
Not necessarily at the thing. Just in front of it to dissuade it from coming this way. Now I'm down to one flask. And
all right. So as you uncork the oil flask and send it almost spinning, the oil begins to spurt out in a circular motion, spraying oil everywhere, and like a snake, the fire catches the oil and begins to burn through before the flask itself cracks into the small bridge over the sewer. You happy with that placement?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, let's add a little bit more intensity to it.
I can get.
Reza.
Well, Reza remembers how fast these fuckers are. So she is going to kind of brace and pull out Thicket.
Okay.
And take aim shot at the creature. And I think I can say that if I hit, I want to make it a can I a grasping arrow?
Okay. Yeah, well, once you've hit, you decide on what it does.
So let's see if we hit.
I would say that hits.
Yes.
It rears,
hits. Yeah.
It rears back, exposing its thorax towards you all at the sight of all the fire, and it's this moment where you slam an arrow directly into its chest.
Okay, so that's going to be that damage, and then it needs to make an athletics check, DC 13.
Yep, you've also got the extra damage from... Alright, yeah. Okay. And then a DC 13 athletics check. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Athletics. Normal. There we go. Oh, just... As the arrow slams into it, erupts into various tendrils and grasping vines that begin to try and tug at it. whilst it has got a grasp over its torso, it doesn't seem to find anchorage on the slick surface below. And this is followed up with a second arrow.
We go again.
22 hits.
We try again.
Aye, aye. Alright.
And another athletics check.
It's good. Yep. As
Fail.
No, this time it doesn't care. As the second arrow just punctures millimeters away from the first one. At this point, these arrows are pretty deep. The Savager rears back, screeching in pain. Any further actions, Reza?
Nope, that's it. Is it bleeding?
I would say it's bleeding. Yeah.
So that's gonna be 2 of those.
Oh yeah. It's a living creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a living creature.
Okay. Cool.
It is
If it
classed
bleeds,
as a
it
beast.
can die.
Yeah. Constitution saving throw. Let's see if it's if it wants this. It's pissed. It was scared. Now it's scared and pissed. What's its intelligence? Okay, maybe not. I'm like, oh yeah, it can do this. No, it can't. It's not smart enough. It's going to take fire damage. It will drop back. A creature like this is still... it's pissed, it's angry, it wants to devour you, but seeing all the fire in front of it, it won't approach. It seems to just start skittering around on the stones, slamming its barbed, wicked blades into the stone, trying to chip away at something, and overall seems incredibly annoyed, but it won't approach you. Garrett, over to you.
Okay, I'm gonna back up. No, I'm not. I'm gonna turn the ruler off, and then I'm gonna back up. Can't go any further. Back up, and I'm gonna give it another reason not to come towards us.
All right. .24 hits. You throw the side blade. Fucking hell. Yep.
And I'm gonna follow that up with the second one.
All right. This time, as the side blade comes in, it just seems to swing its blade over, and whilst not deflecting it, the side blade just hits the metal and just dents it, not actually wounding the creature.
And that's me, I think.
All right, Cypher, you stood up. Let me get rid of that for you. Over to you.
I don't have any fucking ideas, do I? No. So I shall Gloom Barrage it.
All right.
Second level. So that's 4, right? Yeah.
It is
4.
indeed.
Big money, big money.
Yeah, absolutely. How did this look?
Just out of the shadows, just orbs start firing at it. Just They just come out from like Cypher's shadow or Garrett's shadow. Whoever's standing near me is a source of ammunition.
As it is beginning to be hit by these multitude of black piercing bolts, the Savage starts to take a faltering step backwards. Any further actions?
No.
Desmond.
All right. So I have one oil flask left.
Okay.
This thing. How tall is this tunnel we're in?
I would probably say the tunnel's approximately 15 feet to its tallest point in the center. Is it arches over?
This thing is massive. It's like a huge creature.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's...
want to take my second flask. I want to throw
Okay.
it through the flames, like uncork it, throw it through the flames at the roof above this thing.
Alright, so you... Roll... So you're trying to coat the actual creature itself?
More or less block its path so it doesn't like spring to the roof and try to crawl across at us or something like that.
Okay, alright, so yeah, you just wanted to coat... Okay, that's fine, yeah, go for it then. I'll let you... if it's not directly at it, I'll allow it.
No, I'm just trying to prevent its path. Like, it seems like a dumb animal. I just don't want it to think, oh, I can just do this to get by.
Yeah, alright. So again, you uncork your second flask of oil, launch it through the flames towards the ceiling where, as it smashes against the central ceiling arch, it coats the top of the sewer. Spits begin to spray down, drop onto the causeway below, and again, the flames just cause it to go up.
I'm going to get my mace ready, or my rattle, and I'm just going to follow everybody out. But that's all.
Alright. Reza.
Reza is going to. So if for example she says she moves like up here, can she still be standing like on the edge of the sidewalk so everyone can walk
Yep.
behind her?
Yep, absolutely. That's a little. It's not underwater. It's just a slightly lower section of the sewer.
All right. So what I kind of want to do is like just have her take one step forward so people can
Squeeze by.
escape behind her. Yeah. So doing that, she's like, she's gonna say, I'll keep holding it off. You guys go. I will catch up, and I'll follow behind. And she is going to. It's not name shot this time because she moved. She's gonna fire at Clackety Boy.
A solid hit right into its left eye. The arrow punctures into it.
For 9 damages.
Mm-hmm.
Can I try to grasping? No, we're gonna try a draining arrow this time.
Okay.
Just pump that damage in.
Constitution saving throw. For another 9 points of damage as you slam into it with a draining arrow. Its strength begins to leave it. And it fails!
So if it tries to hit any of us, the damage dealt by its weapon attacks is halved until the start of my next turn.
So this arrow that's punctured into its eye just bursts out. Necrotic energies begin to wash over the Savager, and for a moment it seems to lose its footing into the sewer, part of it dropping deep. As a second arrow flies true, slamming into one of its arms.
And we're gonna use calculated strike,
Okay.
because this is a weapon attack, right?
Yep. When you hit with a weapon attack, you may use this ability before damage is dealt. If you do so, you may add 1d6 of the same damage as your weapon to the damage result.
Alright, so it's gonna be piercing damage.
Alright.
And damage.
Yeah.
Now, you fucking won. You little bitch.
That could be the difference between life and death.
Yep.
Yep. Let me just make sure I don't have anything to handle
Not
that.
in this instance, but
Do I have... I don't think I have my extra attack. Because we haven't short rested yet?
We haven't short rested yet, no.
No. Okay, so... I think that's all I can do.
Alright. With that-
Yeah, that's all I can do.
With that, having taken a multitude of arrow fire, this wall of burning oil in front of the creature, an arrow stuck in its left eye, Savager begins to scuttle down into the darkened parts of the sewer. You see its back, just through the flames, begin to retreat further and further into the darkness.
Alright, so I guess since Reza sees it's moving, she's like, alright, come on, let's go. I'll cover us.
Okay. Cypher will like just banish Legion and fucking start legging for the light.
The flaming forms of Legion just begin to ebb and dissolve into the shadows. The fire's snubbed. And at this point, you would all notice that the oil is now starting to slowly be washed down. At least that in the water anyway. Start to wash down.
no one burns Nova Stoya but us.
It wasn't me this time!
With you all, I guess you're all on the retreat to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We went out of this fucking hellhole.
Running faster than the fire is flowing, hopefully.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh dear.
That in the oil jar is quite finite. It's not going to burn for that long.
No, of course not. Of course not. It won't take long before
It's not
until. Absolutely. Eventually, the oils will be either burnt up or so spread. Yeah, it'll just burn itself out. So it's nothing to worry about. Eventually, as you begin
I don't live around here.
fair enough. Fuck politics. As you begin to make your way through the sewers, eventually you get to a large grated opening, and it's here where you notice that part of the grate has already been cut through. Stepping back into fresh air, you notice that you are in the northern part of the Polter district, directly on the canal. Here, several lanterns line both sides of the canal. A couple of small boats, almost like gondolas, are pushed along towards the Commons district. And several beggars are scattered around. One just to your right as you exit into the canals looks up at you with a somewhat quizzical expression. A rather burly man. A man with a rather fantastic beard.
You ginger twat.
A ginger twat. Wrapped up.
Oh, this motherfucker. Hello, Vikland.
Ah! Ash! I fancy seeing you! Oh! What are you doing here? What? Have you just come from the sewers?
Obviously.
Oh. Ah. Oh, well, what brought you down here? Yeah.
Where is he?
Where's the boss man?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was meant to come and sort of learn from you lot. I know, but things happened. Things happened, and while I was acquiring again, anyway, Commons District is he got on a boat, and a contact he said took him to Commons District.
Okay, do you have a way of contacting him, maybe? Or are you
Oh,
just
yeah,
gonna
of course
sit
I
down
do.
like a hobo?
No, I mean, and he pats a multitude of crates next to him, and it's at that moment where you notice that some of the beggars who were sat around also drop their hoods, and they don't, in that moment, seem to be beggars. They are Asmund's men. A few swords glint in the lantern light as they all regard you. But many of them have seen you before the last time you visited. You drank with several of them. And it's at that moment where the tensions that were starting to rise drop. He'll be back soon. Probably tomorrow, actually. He's got the rest of his shit to move, hasn't he?
Did he leave anything for me?
Did he leave? Yeah, to be honest with you, he left in a bit of a hurry. Not that I'm aware of, no. No, he didn't. No. Do you want me to ask him when he comes back, or do you want to sit here and wait with us?
I need to speak to him. We have a deal.
Hmm. Well, can't really help you there if he's not here to speak to. I mean,
Or maybe,
Oh, go ahead.
maybe you could set up a meeting once he comes back and tell them that we were here looking for him.
Well, Cypher Vickland's horrible at making meetings, isn't he?
We should leave a note, Garrett.
When's he due back?
At that, one of the hooded figures, one of the beggars, steps up, resting her elbows on Vickland's head. Well, you should be back in a few hours, perhaps. 6 at the most.
This Valentina.
No.
Okay.
No.
Is this female Falco?
Who knows?
Six hours? We'll wait.
Very well, then. In that case, I offer you to share our little fire for now, and whatever food we have is on Asmund's tab.
My favourite tab.
Of course. And with that, the woman motions for you all to lay and sit by a small makeshift fire made up of bits of spare wood and beams that have been torn from barrels and other debris.
Have we met this woman before?
You have... you haven't. You may have seen her briefly when you came to visit Asmund.
So we've seen her in passing.
You've seen her in passing, but definitely not met her.
So Reza is going to kind of like subtly like try to like girl talk her into being best buds. So she's gonna sit next to this woman by the fire, and she's like, Reza, by the way.
Reza, pleasure. She just smiles. Oh, I'm sorry, you were... Kara Namley. I am let's just say a new associate of Asmund, though I have seen you before, and Asmund has spoken of you. Though I must say I am surprised seeing the owners of the establishment of the Folly out here. I guess you heard about the, and she motions a finger just up behind her, over the rise, in the direction of the thank table.
Well, yes, I mean, we were quite concerned about old Asmund, but so we thought
Let's not become now concerned. Surely not. More concerned that he wouldn't uphold his side of the deal. That's what I would be concerned with.
You are
so
not wrong.
You do know him then.
He is a piece of shit. He is normally untrustworthy unless certain rules and oaths and ways of speaking are given. Then he has no choice but to agree and abide by them. So, as long as you word your conditions clearly, I respect him in that manner. But yes, for everyone else who is... and she looks over towards Vikland as she's saying this. For those who seem to be missing a brain cell or two, usually fall to his rather devious ploys.
And how many times have you had to nearly slice his hand off for trying to catch a feel?
Just the once.
Really? Just once?
I
think I must have a couple dozen.
Now, the difference is that I actually took a finger.
Smart.
Spins. She quickly pulls a blade out, spins it, and then slides it back into its sheath beneath her cloak.
Very smart, that. He does like his fingers.
Well, he's one missing now.
I'm sure that won't stop him trying to insert them into everyone's little pies.
Thank you. Someone had to do it.
Kara slowly nods in response, a slight smirk creeping up at the corners of her lips. Well, with that then, please, eat. And she motions towards several roasted rats that are hanging over the top of the fire.
I had a big breakfast, so I'll pass on mine. Cypher, you can have mine.
Cypher has taken out his quaint blanket and has fallen asleep by the fire.
Desmond, what are you up to? Oh, so go on, Cypher, carry on.
He's been up all night. They had to come all the way here. It's like the middle of the day now already. He was already hanging out his ass. He's had enough. He needs a nap.
Right, okay. Well, someone else can have my share. But I'm curious. Asmund branching out into the commons now. Is he going east or west?
West.
West.
To be honest with you,
really?
well, starting west, but won't take him long before he starts expanding northwards into the east.
Looking for all those pies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. His plan is that since there's been a little bit of a reckoning here, he's had enough. He managed to get and acquire a certain treasure trove from the previous owner of this place and some context. And with that, he said he was heading into the Commons to establish a somewhat more, how to put this, upmarket clientele.
Husband being upmarket, that's funny.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. As long as he continues to pay me and supply me with information I require, then, well, I have no problems.
I'll drink to that. Reza will pull out a flask with nothing in it and just kind of like raise it in like a salute and then look like she's taking a drink.
Kara reaches over Vikland, takes his bottle. Shut up, you oaf. Takes a swig. This back and forth, and I mean, is there any sort of burning questions you wish to ask before we close out?
Not for me. Reza's just trying to establish a banter relationship with her so that they are on the same page,
Sure.
kind of get a feel for each other.
Garrett?
Garrett's just watching and assessing like he usually does. Not wanting to give up anything, but
Yeah.
Seeing who's useful and who's not.
yep. Taking the temperature of the crowd, the people around, see if anyone's paying them attention.
The vast majority of the riverbanks are empty, apart from this group of supposed beggars huddling around a fire and several old crates. And you, of course.
Yeah, Reza's going to continue to be like the chatterbox of the group so that Garrett can continue to make his assessments of everybody.
Cypher?
I don't know. How long would Siphon nap for? Maybe like 2 hours or so, and then he'd wake up. Yeah. Yeah, because he doesn't like the sound of water running. Creeps him out. So he'll wake up and then he'll start trying to poach people.
Right?
Yeah, just straight up be like, so like we if you work for us, you never have to just sit by a stinky fucking stream.
While I appreciate the offer, sadly I cannot. Not for you, at least.
Jim. And then he'll find the thicker ones who are easily bribed. Just move on to them.
Alright. Hold that thought. Skovsu, Desmond. What's Desmond up to through all this?
Desmond is going to pay attention to where they came from because the giant. Basically, the way I'm fishing is it's a giant cockroach blades.
It's exactly a giant cockroach with blades sort of bolted to its forearms or forelegs. That's exactly what it is. The savage's main use is basically to eat shit and try and keep the rat person infestation in the sewers down to a minimum.
All right. So he's going to keep an eye on the tunnel where that thing would be, and just kind of speak while looking that way. He wants to make sure that if it were to come out for some reason, he doesn't think it's going to, but he wants to make sure that he would be there waiting if it did.
Sure.
But he's not really taken with alcohol or food or whatever, so he's just watching that. Just keeping an eye on everything.
So, with this, 6 hours pass, and just off downstream, in fact, it will be downstream towards the ocean, or at least the Commons district, you begin to see a large barge, begin to make its way up the canal in your direction. A single bright lantern on the front, held aloft by none other than Asmund Mason. And I think it's there. It's a pretty good point to call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You're not wrong.
Yup.
Good shizzle.
Madizzle.
Yeah. Cypher, roll me a d4. I need you for next week to think of a way how you managed to bribe 2 of these guards over to your side.
Alright, cool.
And with that then, bring it back to the old motion sickness. Any closing comments, questions, theories, ideas?
Well, I'm just gonna send Desmond out to take over the fucking market row, honestly.
Kind of the plan.
I mean, people
plan
who
is
are
gonna
paying
share.
protection, you know.
Just like extortion.
It worked.
Lots of extortion.
It fucking worked.
Yeah, well, we got rid of a useless fuck, and Gwen is going to prosper, which means we prosper.
Yeah.
Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Cypher and Desmond out together. Cypher could be the carrot, and Desmond's definitely the stick.
The death rattle.
Yeah.
It's, he doesn't really want people to see that side of him that he doesn't, that he wants to have around for more than a moment. So we'll see.
Absolutely.
If the gnome hadn't brought up the potential anti-magic orb, I think it probably would have been like a bloodbath. Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, then I dare say closing words.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
See you next time on Pariahs.
Oh, dear me. Everyone, once again, thank you for joining us for episode 35. Holy shit, 35 of Pariahs. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hope it was a good time. We will head over to the end screen. And we'll see if there is anybody to raid. But yeah, once again, thank you kindly for the support. God blimey. Lee, Jump, Rin, Steel, thank you all for the resubs. I appreciate it. And Nazendrowski, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Sneeze. Always do. Always have a good evening. Alright. Who's streaming? Who's doing stuff? Jacoboom, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate it. It is a very quiet evening on the old Twitch. Sunday. Everyone's at work tomorrow. Which is fair. Alright, I'm going to shut my mouth, ramp up the music, find someone to raid, and I will see you all next Sunday for episode 36 of Pariahs. Ta-ta for now.